Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1006 be amended as follows, and if so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 004 be amended as follows, and if so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation.
Special orders. Okay. Second reading of bills.
Hold on.
Majority.
Okay.
Leader. Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up House Bill 1005, House Bill 1003, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, and Senate Bill 004 on special orders at the hour of 4:43.
The motion is to take up those bills listed on special orders at the hour of 4:43 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Oh, man, but the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills listed on special orders at the hour of 4:43 p.m. Special orders. Second reading of the bill. Senadora Gonzalez.
What up, Mr. President? I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills. And Senadora Gonzalez will take the chair.
Thank you. Committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everybody in the chamber, even though it's a Sunday afternoon. All right. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to 25B 1005?
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Woodrow and McCormick and Senators Kipp and Winter concerning the elimination of the sales tax vendor fee that retailers are authorized to retain in connection with collecting and remitting state sales tax and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 25 1005.
Any discussion? Senator Kipp.
Thank you. So, folks, currently we pay businesses in Colorado to collect and remit state sales taxes. We allow business which have sales. Oh, am I not speaking into it loud enough? Okay, I didn't want to blow everybody out of the water. Okay, anyway, we allow businesses which have sales of under $1 million per filing period or up to $10 million per year to retain 4% of the 2.9% state sales tax with a cap of $1,000 per filing period. This is a subsidy to the businesses we call the vendor fee discount. This vendor discount was created in 1939 before there were calculators, before there was inventory and invoicing software, and when business had to physically tally receipts and file paper forms. Today, in an era of digital transactions, online filing, and tax preparation software, remitting sales tax is a much faster, simpler, and cheaper than it was in 1939. The rationale for this discount, which is indeed a subsidy or an allowance that the business takes from the sales tax collected, has faded, but its impacts on our budget remain very real, especially when we scale up the losses in tax income. Given the passage of Trump's H.R. 1 and the corresponding implications to our Colorado budget, we are in the position of eliminating this subsidy. Businesses nationwide will benefit.
Senator Kipp? Hey, friends, I know it's seconds. I am trying to listen to the good senator from Fort Collins, and I can't hear her. So I'm going to invite y'all to, take it down 2 notches, please. Senator Kipp, I apologize for the interruption. Please proceed. Thank you.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Businesses nationwide will benefit to the tune of $1.3 trillion, that is trillion with a T, nationally, in addition to the savings at the national level, because Colorado tax policy has rolling conformity with national tax policy, and because we use federal taxable income as our base for filing, businesses in Colorado will save an additional $800 million. The $58.6 million the vendor fee discount provides to our business pales in comparison to what they will receive from the passage of H.R. 1. We know that small and mid-sized businesses are pass-through businesses, including 80% of restaurants, and will see direct benefits from H.R. 1's tax cuts, with several provisions being created or expanded to help their bottom line. This is also why the passage of H.R. 1 has blown such a huge gaping hole in our state budget, making it necessary to look at measures such as discontinuing the vendor fee discount. Local businesses in Colorado stand to benefit substantially from H.R. 1, and we need to make sure we are prioritizing the dollars in our budget to those who won't see a benefit from Trump's damaging bill. Every dollar we give away through an outdated vendor discount is a dollar we take away from kids in classrooms, from seniors who need health care, from working families who depend on Medicaid and SNAP, especially now that the federal government is shifting costs for these programs onto states. These pressures ultimately turn into pressure for small businesses, since their own employees will be in for more of a struggle financially. Repealing the vendor discount is about fairness and fiscal responsibility. It's about recognizing that here in Colorado, we must protect the services our communities rely on. This in turn actually helps our small business community by helping their employees and customers. And I know that we can still do this while supporting the vibrant businesses that are the backbone of our economy. It is time that we join the 20+ other states in this country and eliminate the outdated practice of paying businesses to collect and remit sales taxes. We greatly appreciate our restaurants and retailers coming to the table with creative ideas about how to reduce burdens on these businesses, and we are committed to continuing these conversations going into 2026. I urge your support of HB 1005 to eliminate the vendor fee subsidy in Colorado.
Is there any further discussion? Leader Simpson. Y'all, I'm going to pull a Bridges over here, and I'm going to invite y'all, if you want to speak, to be ready and in the well. Senator Kirkmeyer.
I thought they were in the well, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to start off the discussion about House Bill 25B 1005. Members, we just got done hearing this bill in appropriations, and it was quite enlightening to hear why we're doing this bill. So I understand, and I would agree with the good sponsors from Fort Collins and from Thornton? Broomfield, excuse me. Good, sorry, I guess it's all right here, sorry. Had it covered up. And the good senator from Broomfield. That used to be my area. It's a good area. Anyways, I would agree with the two good senators that are bringing this bill forward on a couple of points. The first point, though, however, that I'm sure we're probably going to disagree on, but I just want to make sure that there's clarification about why we are here. The federal government did provide tax relief. They provided tax relief to our constituents and to businesses, non-corporate and corporate. About $850 million, don't quote me exactly there, went to individuals and non-corporate, and about $335 million or so went to corporate businesses. They provided them tax relief at the federal level, and at the state level, what I just stated, that $1.2 billion is tax relief. That's why our tax collections are down, because of tax relief. Now, I know that there are some folks on certain sides of the aisle that I guess they don't like that idea. I would say on my side of the aisle, everybody likes that idea. And I would say more importantly, the people of the state of Colorado and the small businesses and those non-corporate folks like the idea that not only are they getting federal tax relief, they are getting state tax relief. So, you know, revenues being decreased is less taxes being collected in our state. So I just want to make sure we're clear there, because I would agree with when the good senator from Fort Collins said that we need to make more spending cuts. Yes, please, 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 please. We need to make more spending cuts. And I would agree with the good senator from Broomfield who said, unfortunately, I don't think she said unfortunately, but that's how I heard it. But she basically said, spending cuts don't fit under the call. Yes, I agree. This is not a session that is about spending cuts. It is a session about increasing taxes, or in this case, taking away a vendor fee and working, as someone else said in the committee, not one of the good senators, said basically balancing the budget on the backs of small businesses. I heard in committee it was 18 other states. Now it's 20 plus states. I don't know if that grew in just the last 10, 15 minutes or whatever it was, or if that's really what the number is, but it doesn't matter to me. 18 states, 20 plus states. Just because they do it in those other states doesn't mean that's a good reason for us to impact small businesses to the tune of close to $57 million annually. 57 million bucks. In this fiscal year, it's $27.6 million that we are impacting pretty much small businesses, people who collect sales tax. Let's talk about this vendor fee. This vendor fee, under current law, retailers are allowed to keep up to 4% of their sales tax collections, maybe, as long as it's not more than $1,000 per retailer per filing period to cover the expenses of collecting state sales tax on behalf of the state. Now, we heard in committee that it costs about 4 times the amount for the small business collecting collecting the taxes, the sales tax, on behalf of the state of Colorado. It costs them about 4 times the amount than what they're collecting in a vendor fee. Because somewhere back there in 2020, we put a cap on it. They can only collect up to $1,000 per retailer per filing period to cover their expenses of collecting state sales tax on behalf of the state. This is how we are trying to reimburse them. It is not a subsidy. We are trying to reimburse these small businesses for them doing our job, for them becoming debt collectors, tax collectors. We expect our small businesses, our retailers, anyone who is collecting sales tax on behalf of the state to now become a tax collector and do that for free. And it's worse than that. It's not just for free. We expect them to do it at their cost. So there's a sales tax. Small business, floral shop, one of us owned one of those, has to pay at our own expense, hire someone. I understand things are have been digital and we've done all these things. I know what QuickBooks is. People are doing this. There is still a lot of administrative costs apparently, and still a lot of administrative costs to collecting this fee, this sales tax, sorry, not a fee, collecting this sales tax on behalf of the state. It still costs them, and they told us about that. So small business, flower shop, me, we have to go in and collect the sales tax, became a tax collector. So for collecting the tax, what typically was happening, what is happening right now under current law, is I can get 4% of the sales tax collections to help pay for my costs to collect the sales tax on behalf of the state. Or if it goes too far, I only get $1,000 per retailer. So, Walmart, Target, King Soopers, you're out of luck. You're only going to get $1,000 per retailer per filing period. There is no way that is paying for their costs to collect taxes on behalf of the state. No way. There's just no way. It's called a sales tax vendor fee. It's not a subsidy. This bill eliminates the vendor fee beginning January 1 of 2026. So for a half year in this state fiscal year, we're telling small businesses, retailers, restaurants, mechanic shops, floral shops, you name it, anybody who's collecting sales tax, that, nope, this year, nope, starting on January 1, 2026, state's gonna keep all that money. You need to go collect it on our behalf. Now here's the real kicker. I don't remember, and I tried to ask this in committee, I don't remember exactly, but here's the thing. If you are late as a retailer, as a small business owner, or any business owner, if you are late in turning in the forms and remitting the sales tax that you collected on behalf of the state, if you're late, you get charged a penalty. If you miscalculate, there's a penalty. So not only will retailers, people collecting sales tax for the state, not only will they not be able to get the vendor fee, they'll have to do it on their own dime. If they screw up, they get a penalty. So now they're going to pay the state for collecting the state's taxes, essentially. I think that's wrong. We heard from several people in committee that talked about, especially restaurants, because that was brought up early, about restaurants, how they are, they've had a lot of challenges, that being a small business owner is becoming an increasing challenge in this state, that, quite frankly, they just can't afford us. Shocker. Every dollar counts. Every dollar counts for these small business owners to keep their lights on. Quote from them, not mine. Restaurants, they said they're just trying to survive in 2025. After what they've been through with COVID and everything else in the last 4 or 5 years, they're just trying to survive. Restaurant costs have gone up by more than 20%, they said. And now they get to essentially collect sales tax on behalf of the state and do it at their own cost. That's what this bill does. We have a lot of people who like to come to our committee in appropriations. I'm sure they're showing up to your committees as well for the bills that you're doing. But somehow it makes sense. We're the committee of reference. We have a lot of people who want to get up and talk about, gosh, we need this money because we're making cuts to education, we're cutting teacher pay, we're cutting Medicaid. So I asked them all, just like I asked the other day when I was told we were cutting funding to SNAP to recipients. How much money are we cutting to Medicaid? Benefits to recipients? The answer is zero. Federal government didn't cut funding for benefits to recipients. That answer is zero. The federal government didn't say they're changing the determination criteria for Medicaid. 138% of federal poverty level. We have other programs where it's higher than that, might be 150%. We're going to hear about programs today where it's 400% of the federal poverty level. That would be $128,000 for a family of 4, by the way. I'll probably say that again later today. We have other programs like CHIP, 265% of the federal poverty level. I didn't calculate that one out, so I don't have that one in my head. It's expensive. It's high. It's a high dollar amount. So none of that changed. I know we keep hearing a lot up here in the well, in our committees, how horrible the federal government is for giving tax relief to our constituents. They blew a hole in our budget. I got news for you, folks. We blew a hole in our budget starting in March of 2021 when we kept overspending. When we took one-time dollars that should have been for one-time things related to the public health emergency and spent them on creating new programs, new departments, new offices, new behavioral health administration that nobody can tell me yet what our return on investment for that is. But, and I'm talking about when I'm at the Joint Budget Committee, that's what blew the hole in our budget. On June 18th, we were told $700 million in the red prior to H.R. 1. $700 million in the red. H.R. 1 gave tax relief. There's other stuff in there, but it did not cut benefits to Medicaid recipients. Did not. So, again, just want to make sure this was stated in committee that this was a tax credit. This is not a tax credit. It's not a tax credit. These businesses are not being subsidized by the state. Not for this anyways. It's not a tax credit. This is now us, if this bill passes, this is you all saying to businesses, retailers who are now going to be required to become a tax collector, now going to be required to collect taxes, sales taxes, on behalf of the state and pay for it out of their own pocket. You've got to hire a bookkeeper like the bar owner who owns several bars around, I think in Denver. I didn't really catch where he said, but he owns several bars and he came to testify. to let us know he pays for a bookkeeper to file this form, to make sure that the appropriate amount of taxes get collected, one, and that they get sent to the state, remitted to the state, two, so they don't get a penalty. He pays for someone to do that. This bill's saying, yeah, we're going to take that away because, gosh, we got to balance our budget. But hey, we got a call that doesn't say we get to even cut spending. How are we supposed to balance our budget when we don't cut spending? You know, and as the good senator from Denver repeated several times in appropriations, she's not up there right now, but as the good senator kept saying, she didn't get asked about the call either. Neither did I. And when this idea came out and was on the call, we asked if any of the associations that were represented there, that were representing, you know, retailers throughout the state, if they had been enjoying it in the call or if they knew about it and the governor's office contacted them, their answer was no. They did say good things, though, about the good senator from Fort Collins and the good senator from Broomfield. They said over the course since we all got here and they saw what was in the call and they figured out what the bill was, that the two prime sponsors on this bill have been meeting with them and trying to work through some stuff. So that was good news. That was good news. But here's the thing. We keep talking about how all these bills are going to help us balance our budget. So in this current fiscal year, we will get an additional $27.6 million on the backs of retailers, small businesses. The tax collections deduction is about $700 million. I told you on June 18th, we were in the red $700 million. No way is this going to balance our budget. And the $700 million we were in the red on June 18th is for us when we start the 26-27 budget year. So do you know what's happening and all these things where you guys are all, everybody's going and saying, God, we got to just increase more taxes. Federal government gave you tax relief. It means less tax collections for the state, which means you get tax relief constituents. But gosh darn it, we're just going to increase your taxes back up so that in 26-27, I can take your tax money and refund it to someone else. That is not balancing our budget, folks. That does not balance the budget. That is not a cut in spending. That does not balance our budget. What we're saying to businesses with this vendor fee, this is not a tax increase. This is saying you're going to go collect our taxes. We're not going to give you a fee anymore to do that. We're not going to pay you to do that. We weren't paying you enough in the first place to do that. Now we're for sure not going to pay you to do that. We're still going to penalize you if you don't get it in time. But guess what? You're not going to get that money because we're going to refund it in 26-27 to somebody else. Someone else. That's what's wrong with this bill and several of the other bills that have been coming forward. We're not balancing the budget with these bills. These bills in the current fiscal year, all of them, total, maybe $253 million. Maybe. Those tax credit sales, be another conversation here later today, maybe. They end up hurting us in the long run, though. But in this case, this bill, nope, it's not a spending cut. It's an increase. It's taking money away from retailers, from restaurants, flower shops, mechanic shops, you name it, coffee shop down the street, everybody, anybody who's collecting sales tax, so we're not balancing the budget. So we can just literally turn around in the next budget year and refund it to someone else. That just does not make sense. And I think that when our constituents understand, because I think they're getting it, at least from all the people who keep emailing me and all the Facebook posts I see and all the other posts and things I see, I think people are getting it. I think people understand. They don't want their overtime taxed. That shouldn't have got added back on. They understand what decoupling means now. I think they're pretty clear on what Tabor is and why they think there should be votes on things. I think they understand that we're going to tax people more so we can refund to someone else who's not paying taxes, income taxes. I get it. Everyone's paying sales tax. You know, Tabor says we should refund in a reasonable manner. I would tell you that the people I speak to don't think that it's reasonable that they're paying taxes, they're asked to pay more taxes, they're asked to take a reduction in fees, and they're not getting tax relief. They're not getting a refund. They're getting it, folks. They think this legislature is on the wrong track. I know you've all seen the same polling I've seen. They think this legislature is going the wrong way. They love their Tabor, by the way, and we all know that. We don't even need a poll for that. We had a thing called an election, let you know. So again, I am opposed, and I would ask that everyone be opposed to House Bill 25B 10,005, or 1005, excuse me, 1005. When I asked our sponsors, how is giving a refund in 26-27 going to balance our budget? I'm telling you, I was trying to take notes, and I just don't really know exactly what was said. I'm sorry. I was trying to listen. I mean, I had one individual at our meeting, at our Appropriations Committee meeting, informed us that sales tax, and this is a member on the Appropriations Committee, said that our sales tax collections are down in our state and businesses are struggling. That would be the good senator from Boulder. That we got to be careful because if we go too far, we're driving more people into the safety net. I think she meant the healthcare safety net. State tax collections are down, and our state and businesses are struggling. And the answer is take money away from our businesses who are doing our job, who are collecting our sales taxes on our behalf. I just think from my perspective, that sounds crazy, and I feel good when I go home and I talk to folks and I let them know what I'm doing, and I let them know that I'm not afraid to say, yeah, federal government gave you tax relief. That means tax relief for you also in our state, and I'm not adding it back on. So with that, I would ask for no vote on 25B 1005.
Any further discussion? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also heard this in committee. One of the things that baffled me about this was that when we were talking about this, I think one of the sponsors said that this should be the cost of doing business of this fee, taking it away. It should be the cost of doing business. Then we went back upstairs to do another bill, and the administration fee for tax credits was $6 million. Shouldn't we eat that too? Shouldn't that be the cost of doing business? Is what's good enough for the goose is good enough for the gander? We should not be trying to balance the budget on the backs of businesses. That's what this is doing. When we heard some of those small businesses give testimony, they were talking about how certain restaurants that they're going through all the increases that they are dealing with, and their profits were minus 3%. How do you run? I mean, if you're not in agriculture, how do you run a business if you're minus 3%? You just can't. We should be paying these folks. If the state's not going to go in there and collect the taxes, then we should be paying these folks. I don't call it a subsidy. I call it a payment. We are paying them. And just like the good senator from Weld County came up here and said, if you don't make this in time, or if you mess up on it, the penalties are outrageous. And you have to pay huge penalties. but yet we're going to take their money away that we're paying them to collect the taxes, the sales taxes. That to me is just crazy.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L18 to 1005?
Amendment L18, amend
Senator
reading Gross Bill.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018 to House Bill 1005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does, it takes away all penalties for not filing your sales tax. If we're not going to pay them, if we're going to take away their fees, we're not going to penalize them either. We're not going to do that. We're going to make sure that if we are taking away the money that we pay them, we're going to make sure we're going to take away the penalties as well. If you forget or make a mistake, you're not going to have to pay penalties on this. That's what this amendment does. It is not fair to the businesses to not only take away their money to administer the tax, but then also turn around and say, we're going to penalize you because of your mistake. I ask for an aye vote on L018.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am asking for a no vote on L018. I'm going to take a moment to talk about the good stakeholding work that we did with the business community, with the retail council, with the restaurant association, with small business associations. And we understand that small businesses make up the background of our communities. They provide an incredibly important service to all of us. And it is difficult right now. We are with a narrow call and a narrow title right now. And I have committed, and I'm publicly committing today, to continue that work to address not only this issue, but several different ideas that those associations came to us in order to save more money than this vendor fee is going to cost during this special session, including having further conversations about these late fees. So let's not do this in a quickly rushed amendment. Let's talk about what this actually looks like during normal session. Earlier today, we heard people complaining about getting amendments at the last minute. I'm just now seeing this when we already have committed with our stakeholders to work on this and other solutions to save money. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Pelton B.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we would like to request a title ruling.
I'm sorry?
We want to request a title ruling.
Okay. A title ruling has been requested. We'll stand in a senatorial 5. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw L018.
L018 is withdrawn. Senator Bright.
To the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. There were many implications of HR 1. We could have chosen so many paths to go with HR 1 and how to most appropriately handle those situations. This bill, House Bill 1005, chooses to hold our employers, our job creators, responsible for something that the state has done. The state of Colorado employs people to collect taxes. And we pay them to collect those taxes. And we have job creators, we have corporations, we have businesses that also collect our taxes for us, and as is right, we reimburse them for that. Of all the things that are in HR 1 that we've chosen to address, we chose to address this. We chose to not reimburse our job creators for the work that they're doing. As a person who has started many businesses, many corporations from scratch, from nothing, I can appreciate where this hits. And as a job creator myself, this just kind of punches me in the gut. And I have to speak on behalf of those other folks who are also job creators. Folks refer to corporations as the type of corporation they have, whether it be a C Corp. I believe C Corps are job creators. I believe S Corps are job creators. I believe LLCs are job creators. I've launched each one of those types of entities that create jobs from scratch, from nothing. I've started nonprofit companies that have created jobs. I've started 501c3s that have created jobs. And as I'm asked to be a tax collector for the state of Colorado, then to not be reimbursed to do that job just seems like a punch in the gut. Of all the things that we could address from the implications of HR 1, we've chosen to take it out on our job creators. I hope that we can come to some resolution on this and we can come to something that is fair to the people in the state of Colorado that create and maintain jobs that we all work by, that all of our constituents work for, that they depend on to put food on the table. And I really hope that we can come to some common sense on 1005 and find some amendments that can at least take the pain out of the punch to the gut that this is to the job creators in Colorado.
Further discussion, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal, this bill, is certainly going to cause some pain for our small businesses. Ending the vendor fee is going to have a negative impact on small businesses. We ask them to be our agents of the state, to collect taxes for us. And after this bill, if it passes, basically we're expecting them to just eat the costs of that. What happens if you raise taxes on retailers? You raise, the choices they face at that point are they can raise prices, they can hire fewer people, They can delay raises and benefits. And we're looking at one change here, but it's change after change. The cumulative effect of all of these changes in the tax code, and then we have all the regulations we put on these businesses, which are a cost as well. And so what happens when we raise taxes on business? We get less job creation, we get lower wages, we get less economic activity, and ultimately the irony is we get less tax revenue. It's like putting a wet blanket on entrepreneurs. And adding insult to injury, we expect them to collect the taxes, and then we say, well, that may be a cost and a burden on you. You got to hire an accountant. You got to have people on your staff collecting those taxes, filling out those forms. Tough. That's a cost you have to bear as a small business person. What we've heard a lot in recent months about all the restaurants that are closing, particularly here in Denver. So now we're going to pile this on top. We're going to say, okay, here's another 4%. Sorry. You got all the wages and the benefits and the regulations, and the economy may be slowing as well. And right at this time, we're going to come in and put another cost on you as a restaurant owner. It's interesting what happens when we do the opposite. When we cut taxes, when we keep taxes low, when we keep regulations limited, we get more job creation, we get more wealth creation, we get more tax revenue. As President Kennedy said, a rising tide lifts all boats. In 1960s, he cut taxes. Unfortunately, it was actually Lyndon Johnson who had to implement that because he was assassinated, but that tax cut dramatically improved the economy and raised tax revenues. Similarly, when President Reagan cut taxes, same type of thing, dramatic increase in economic activity. Everybody benefits. You get more job creation, you get more wealth creation, and you get more tax revenue. And I have an amendment I'm going to offer in a minute, but before I do that, I want to give you an example of this, which I do think is very much on target, because earlier today, in our wisdom, we apparently designated the great land of my ancestors, Ireland, as a tax haven. I guess that's a bad thing, but in Ireland they don't think it's such a bad thing. They call them the Celtic Tiger now. As a result of the tax cuts they put into place, their economy's been growing over the last decade at 7.8% a year, blowing the doors off of all the other European Union countries. Per capita wealth has doubled in Ireland. Businesses are growing. People have jobs, and tax revenue is coming in at higher levels. And so that's what happens when you have a pro-growth, limited tax, pro-business, pro-job creation, pro-entrepreneur economy. In Colorado, we don't seem to value that anymore. We seem to be going the opposite direction of putting more regulations and more taxes and more burdens on our businesses. And this vendor fee issue is a shining example of that, basically saying to our small businesses, our restaurants and others, be our tax collector, and do it for us as a favor free of charge, and just eat the cost of that, because we know you're all making so much money out there in the private economy, and that's clearly having an impact on our restaurants and other small businesses. I know we don't show charts here, but I have in front of me a chart which shows the dramatic year after year in the growth of government spending in Colorado. Up, 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 up. Every year we increase 50% growth in the last 5 years. These small businesses, I can assure you, these families in Colorado are not seeing 50% growth in their wealth and their income. And so I have an amendment here, which I will offer at the desk.
Before we get to your amendment, Senator Carson, can I just acknowledge
I call
that you
up,
just made it rain?
I call up Amendment L016.
I tried. Thank you. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L16 to 1005?
Amendment L16, amend re-engross bill, page 7, line 8, strikes 26 to 27, and substitute 27 to 28.
Senator
page 8.
Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L016, I call it up, and it does one very clear thing. What's that? Oh. All right, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L016.
There you
and
go.
I will discuss the details of it. I'll read the amendment actually.
Thank you. Tell us about L16.
L16, at the election held on November 3rd, 2026, the Secretary of State shall submit this act by its ballot title to the registered electors of the state for their approval or rejection. So this gets at the same issue we were talking about yesterday. Clearly under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, a provision of this nature, which increases revenue, should be put to a vote of the people, and they can decide whether this vendor fee is something they want to eliminate. I suspect what would happen if we put it to a vote of the people and to the community, the small businesses would make it quite clear to folks the burden that this is going to place on them, and they would work pretty darn hard to defeat the proposal. But we're going to just enact it here at the legislature in what I believe is a clear violation of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the plain language of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Taxpayer Bill of Rights says if you're changing the tax code and you're increasing revenues, we should put that to the vote of the people. So I will ask for a favorable vote on Amendment L016.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague. I encourage a no vote on L016. As we discussed, this fee, which is listed in the title, called a fee, was passed in the 30s, well before the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It is well-established law in Colorado what the difference between a fee is and a tax. In fact, when we talk about Tabor, the first T is taxes. This is not the fee of vendors. This is the fee of vendors, not the taxes of vendors, and has been since the 30s. This is not an appropriate amendment. And furthermore, the amendment goes on to have this calculation on the Colorado Tourism Act. Well, one of the reasons that this is a fee is that this is a function of business. This is a function of collecting sales tax. That's what a fee is. Moving it to another area of taxing jurisdiction is not appropriate. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L16 to 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes have it. L16 is lost. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise in opposition to House Bill 25-1005. So this bill targets the very backbone of our economy, small businesses. It removes the vendor fee allowance, a small but vital credit that helps retailers, restaurants, various companies to stay afloat despite rising costs and tight margins. This bill is effectively punishing local business for the majority party's on fiscal mismanagement. As the good senator from Brighton said, the state budget was already out of balance on June the 18th, well before July 4th. Colorado's small businesses are already struggling with inflation, labor shortages, and rising costs of doing business in the state. Taking away the vendor allowance could be the final blow that forces many of them to shut their doors or locate elsewhere. We've already seen that happening. This is going to be one more reason for them to step away from Colorado. Instead of cutting wasteful spending or addressing the root causes of the deficit in this state, this bill will continue to squeeze the very people who create jobs and serve our communities. This is short-sighted policy that will hurt workers, families, and neighborhoods across this state. The very people the sponsors stood up here and said they care about. Now, I want to address the fiscal note because there's going to be costs involved to make this change. That wouldn't even be here if we weren't doing this. But when you get to page 5 of the fiscal note, apparently I want to see that the Department of Revenue will require an additional 1.2 FTE. They call it a tax examiner, but they're going to need this for someone to answer the phone. I already thought the Department of Revenue had somebody there to answer the phone. But they're going to hire this person to the tune of $67,968. Then you get down to the Gen Tax programming and testing. This bill requires expenditures of $18,214 to program, test, and update the database fields in the DOR's Gen Tax software system. This would not be necessary if this bill was not here. Then you get to the Office of Research and Analysis. Expenditures in the Office of Research and Analysis are required for changes in the related Gen Tax reports. Those costs are estimated at $8,778, representing, get this, 238 hours for data management and reporting at $38 per hour in fiscal year 25-26 and $8,702, 229 hours for 26-27 and future years. These expenses would not be there if we weren't doing this bill. Then we go on. Sales and use tax system programming. The sales and use tax system, it will require programming to update the vendor fee changes required in this bill, estimated at $10,000, based on similar previous projects. Document management. For 25-26, the Department of Revenue will incur $36,383 in document management costs, because there are approximately 82,000 retailers claiming the vendor fee with an estimated 10% paper returns. Again, none of this would be an expense, an additional expense to the state of Colorado if we weren't doing this bill. Department of Local Affairs. By increasing revenue to continuously appropriated HDGF, the bill is expected to increase expenditures in DOLA on affordable housing projects by $1.3 million in 2025-26, $2.2 million in fiscal year 26-27. Again, expenses would not be here if we weren't doing this bill. So, with that, I have here we go. Here you go. You bet.
Not only is it raining, there's also an amendment at the desk. Oh, it's
Yeah.
raining amendments. Minority Leader Simpson, man. He was such an improvement over Minority Leader Lundin. Oh, I didn't say that on the mic. All right, Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L12 to 1005?
Amendment L12, amend reading gross bill, page 2,
Senator
strike line
Rich.
1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L012 to
the
House
amendment.
Bill. Yes, thank you. L012, like I said, if we didn't have this bill, we wouldn't have all these expenses. We wouldn't be having this conversation. This bill simply makes the bill null and void, effectively eliminating the opportunity for legislators to remove the sales tax vendor fee. It also is a way for legislators to sidestep the taxpayers' Bill of Rights and find loopholes to raise Coloradans' taxes without their consent. I think it's hypocritical to say you care, at the same time hurt people's livelihood. If tough choices, as you say, need to be made, then make them. Take away the nice-to-have programs and staff that were funded with one-time funding, with no plan for how to sustain those programs. I ask for an aye vote on L012.
Thank you, Senator Rich. I understand and recognize that there are some folks here from the lower chamber. We have to be able to hear one another, so thank you. Senator Kipp.
Thank you. As my excellent colleague from Mesa County so aptly described, this amendment would repeal the enacting clause, which means the bill would not do anything. So we respectfully ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love this amendment. I love this amendment. Yeah, it takes out the enacting. Takes out line 1, being enacted by the General Assembly. It just crosses it out, and it basically effectively nulls and voids this bill, which is where I would like to get to. Because I do think this is crazy. Let me just kind of fill you in on. We were told in committee that the cost of remitting the sales tax is 4 times that of the vendor allowance fee provided to the retailer. 4 times. So generally speaking, I just went and checked. Most retailers, not all, but most of them, file once a month. So they were getting $1,000 per filing. So they were making $12,000. We were paying them $12,000 to collect our sales tax. It was costing them $48,000. So they were recouping 1/4 of what it was costing them. With this bill, they get to just foot the whole $48,000 and a penalty if they're late. So it's our point is this, and the good senator from Grand Junction, Mesa County brought it up. So we're taking money away from retailers and from people collecting sales tax on the state's behalf. And at the same time, the Department of Revenue has the audacity to add 1.2 FTE as a fiscal note. Because they're going to need more people because we're not taking anything away from them. They're going to get more calls. I'm with the good senator from Grand Junction. Don't they have people taking calls right now? Are they going to stay after 5? I doubt it. We're not paying overtime anyway, so it doesn't matter. We're not going to pay overtime taxes. They're not going to get a freebie on overtime taxes, so they're not staying under 5. So, and here's the thing. Do we honestly think they're going to go higher 1.2 FTE? No. Because it goes away in the out year. It goes away, and all they're going to charge us for is Office of Research and Analysis, because somehow they need to analyze it and I guess change something that they don't pay out the fee. But you know what happens here? Basically about $170,000 goes into a personal services line. We don't appropriate FTE. So about $170,000 is just going into a personal services line, and they can spend it wherever they want in the
Senator?
department. So again, I love this amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. It simply voids out this bill. I just want you to think about the fairness here. Why do we need this bill? It should be voided out. I mean, the Department of Revenue is going to get $179,000, put it in their personal services line, probably not go hire somebody else, but retailers get the added benefit, thanks to us, that they get to pay foot the whole bill to collect taxes on behalf of the state. It's already costed them $36,000 to collect our sales tax. And now we're going to tell them they're not going to get 1/4 of, $1,000 a month. We're going to take that $12,000 away, and you can just pay for it all yourself, collect our sales tax. I strongly encourage and I vote on this amendment.
Leader Simpson. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. I asked for a no vote. If you want to vote no on the bill, vote no on the bill. This strikes the enacting clause, makes the bill null and void, and I ask for a no vote.
Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the sponsors. And I would ask to support the amendment. I think striking the enacting clause is appropriate. All this energy and effort around $27 million in this fiscal year when we've identified a $700 million opportunity. I think about the small businesses in my community and what they're tasked with in collecting sales taxes and reimbursing the state. Ironically, I had a conversation with a small business owner about another mandate the state imposed about collecting fees and reimbursing the state, and there is no compensation in that space. They have to go out and hire, reprogram computers, reset things up. We just keep burdening small businesses over and over and over again, making it harder and harder to employ people, to run businesses, to grow the economy here in the state of Colorado. And again, this was up to $1,000 a month per reporting period, and if you report every month, $12,000 over the course of a year, that will now come out of that business's bottom line and their ability to be profitable. I actually think this is a good approach, and I don't agree with the bill and the policy, and think the amendment strikes, I'll call it strikes the right balance. That's probably not a balance, I get that, but I rise in support of Amendment L012.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to renew my support of Amendment L012. I don't know why it's more important to have full-time employees in federal government or the state government than for a business to lose employees because of this bill. I know that the sponsors stood up here and made a commitment that they would continue to work on this. But we're going to vote on this bill tonight, and it's going to go to thirds tomorrow, and then it'll just move on and never be discussed again. We could take this bill away and actually put something together meaningful with this amendment. So I urge an aye vote on L012.
Senator Carson.
I also urge an aye vote on this amendment. What we're discussing here is clearly a tax. If you look at some of the litigation around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, one of the main cases, the ruling states, a charge is a fee and not a tax when the express language of its enabling legislation explicitly contemplates that its primary purpose is to defray the cost of services provided to those charged. So what is the service that the government is providing to restaurant owners and small businesses? What is the service they're providing in exchange for this fee that's being paid? It's clearly, what is that for the privilege of collecting taxes and sales taxes for the government? By By contrast, if the primary purpose of a charge is to raise revenue for general government use, it is a tax. And that's clearly what we're doing here today, is we're just cobbling together different ways to raise revenue for the general operations of government. So I don't see how you can say that the government is somehow providing a service to these small businesses and to these restaurant owners, and that in exchange for that they have to pay us a fee for that. That would not make any sense. So I submit once again, this is a tax, and I support the language to strike it entirely. We should move on and take a look at other things, such as reducing the growth in spending.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L12. A division has been requested. All right, y'all, a division has been requested on L12 to 10:05. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please have a seat. All right. All those in favor of L12 to 10:05, please stand. Cool. Be seated, please. All those opposed, please stand. Chair's not in doubt. L12 is lost. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been interesting to listen to the debate here on House Bill 1005. As I look at the fiscal note on page 3, I couldn't help but notice kind of the vendor fee history what's happened to the vendor fee over the years. And the first line, when it came into existence, apparently in 1935, all the way for the next 30 years, from 1935 to 1965, the vendor fee was at 5%. You go, well, and you think what happened in that 30-year period? We had the Great Depression. Talk about money being tight. The fee was enacted during the Great Depression when certainly not only businesses, but the state of Colorado was suffering tough times. But they kept it at 5%. And then we had a little event called World War II, where we were actually running deficits. I don't know about the state, because we have to have a balanced budget back then, but it still stayed 5%. The state during the war didn't go back to the small businesses and say, we need more money, so we want to lower or maybe even eliminate the vendor fee during World War II. And then we had the Korean War. It still stayed the same, where there was, needs and calling for money, and even into the Vietnam War, which was going on in 1965. But apparently they changed their mind, and I won't bore you with the entire history, except I couldn't help but notice that because I was here in July of, actually we enacted it that spring of 2009, when the vendor fee went to zero. We had the Great Recession. Money was very tight. Things were tight. So we asked small businesses to tighten their belts and suck it up and on the vendor fee, but we only did it for 2 years, and then it came back and it rose, and now it's at 4%, though we limited to $1,000. So as I look at the history of this, I think in my own district, not only in my own district, our own towns, is that how tough it's been on small businesses. Some of you are familiar with Colorado Springs. We have Fillmore Street, which is, kind of a main street. I know just here over the last year, 18 months, the Kentucky Fried franchises have all gone out of business in Colorado Springs. Just barely 45 days ago, the Sonic restaurant went out of business. In Colorado Springs, there's been 3 or 4 Walgreens that have shuttered. And the Citadel, which was a big shopping center, huge shopping center, it's practically a ghost town right now. There's no small businesses at all. And then we look at in this own community, Colfax Avenue, up and down Colfax, all the businesses that are being closed. You can't find a restaurant hardly within 5 blocks of Colfax anymore.
Senator Liston, I'll invite you to come back to 1005, please. Thank you.
I am on 1005. I'm talking about what the impact of the vendor fee is, Madam Chair. And part of that is the fact that the vendor fee has been declining, and the business for small businesses, it's very tough. So it's been brought up, the detrimental effects of H.R. 1, which has hardly gone into effect, quite frankly. A lot of it, yes, there will be tax cuts, which is good. The last time I heard individual tax cuts and tax cuts for businesses. So, I won't go into the details of H.R. 1, but I think it's a fallacy to blame the shortfall on H.R. 1 when parts of it haven't even gone into effect. When in reality, if things are tough for businesses, the first thing they do is cut expenses. And yet here we are with a $44 billion budget, and we aren't cutting a friggin' dime. Not a friggin' dime. here in this call, and that's what we should be doing. We don't have a revenue problem here in Colorado. We have a spending problem. Clearly, that's the real problem. So what businesses do, and as I look throughout the chamber here, on my side of the aisle, we have a small businessman down in the San Luis Valley. We have a small businessman up in Brighton. We have a small businessman over in Montrose. We have numerous small business people and so forth. On this side of the aisle, I don't know what everybody does, but I'm not sure if we have any small business people on this side of the aisle or not. I really don't know. But here we're impacting, we've got a bill proposed, this 1005, that we're only giving small businesses 4 months to prepare. We're going to yank the rug right out of them and say, it's too bad, you got to figure it out. So with that in mind, I do have an amendment, Madam Chair.
It really is raining amendments. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L10 to 1005?
Amendment L10, amending Gross Bill,
Senator
page 5.
Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L010 to House Bill 1005.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Very good. Madam Chair and members, what this amendment does is it changes the effective date from January 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2027, while additionally requiring the Director of Research of the Legislative Council to submit a report to the General Assembly analyzing the estimated economic impact of the repeal of the vendor fee on rural and border retailers. So this change, it gives the retailers an extra year to adjust before losing the vendor fee. It's going to cost them thousands of dollars, up to $12,000 a year. So it gives them a little more time that, just like was talked about, where the Department of Revenue is actually spending more money to collect some money. Businesses, they've got to redo their internal POS systems. It's going to cost them some money, so we ought to give them a little bit of time. So by delaying the implementation, it's going to help the retailers, kind of stabilize and get their feet on the ground. And the study, which we should do, will show the positive or the negative impacts of this, what's going to happen to small businesses. So, it's really meant to kind of throw a lifeline or a buoy to small businesses for a while. So I think Amendment 10 is a very reasonable amendment, and I urge an aye vote on Amendment L010 for House Bill 1005.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you very much to the good senator from Colorado Springs. I appreciate the thought behind this. However, we are in a $783 million deficit at the moment, right? We need to find that much revenue. Additionally, well, I value our small business communities, I value our restaurants and our retailers, and they are getting huge, substantial, enormous tax benefits from HR 1, which makes this the perfect time to put this into effect because those will more than offset what they are losing from the vendor fee. So we ask for a no vote on L010.
Senator Winter, followed by Senator Liston. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. This is redundant. We have done the work. The Office of State Auditor has reviewed these costs. We know that for small businesses, the average cost is $80 per month. We know the impacts that's going to have. 2 amendments ago, folks just wanted to cut the entire budget out, and now you want to add a report which would increase the budget of this, and I asked for a no vote. It would be redundant. We have this information on this amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, basically, members, what we're asking, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're robbing the small businesses so that the bureaucracy and the state government, which is already $44 billion, can have even more money to spend on programs that they refuse to cut. They won't cut anything. Can anybody give me an example of something that we're going to cut in this budget? I can't think of anything. But yet businesses have been tightening their belt time and time again. And I've recited just a handful of examples. If I really have had the time, I could give you a list of hundreds of businesses, unfortunately, that are closing left and right.
Senator
We're basically
Liston,
kicking.
we are on L10 at the
I'm
moment.
on L10, Madam Chair. I'm on L10. I'm on L10.
To the content
I
of
urge
L10,
and I
please.
vote for Amendment L10. Let's not kick small businesses while they're down. Thank you.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sponsor mentioned that the businesses were receiving huge benefits from HR 1. Could you please quantify? Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L10 to HB 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. L10 is lost. To the bill, Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'm going to get settled in here because I'll be here for a couple minutes.
Cool.
And get organized. Okay. So members, House Bill 25B 1005. So I was actually listening in on appropriations to the testimony, and I feel like I want to make sure that the characterization of the business community's response to this bill is accurately portrayed. It was not a kumbaya moment. They were very definitely appreciative that the bill sponsors had reached out to them in the last few days and had conversations with them. Absolutely. But they were universally opposed to this bill. And I think it's really important that we hear that and that that's said, because they don't like this. These are businesses, these are people who are fighting for their economic life right now. And I want to make sure that when we are talking about the impact to this, and the other thing that I want to say about the testimony is that this bill, this fee, the vendor fee, was also characterized as a subsidy. And that's plain hogwash. It's not. And in fact, on the Department of Revenue's website, which I happen to be looking at right here, it is called the Retailer's Service Fee. Unless a retailer is delinquent in remitting the tax due, the retailer generally may deduct and retain a service fee from the collected tax to cover the retailer's expenses in the collection and remittance of the tax. I think that that's pretty darn clear to the millions of people who are listening online, as no one here in this chamber is. Well, we have some. But I think that's clear, and it says so right here on the Department of Revenue's website. Further, my good colleague from Brighton got up and she did make a very important clarifying statement, because the other thing that was represented and was just represented here is that this averages to be about $60 to $100 a month or something like that. Well, this fee is dependent on how regularly the business files the taxes. So they have options, right? They have options, and they can file monthly, they can file quarterly. It just depends. And they set that up with the Department of Revenue at the beginning. That said, and again, I'm going to look at this, the total service fee a retailer may retain for any filing period, so that could be a month, it could be a quarter, it could be semi-annually, that's their filing period, may not exceed $1,000, even if the retailer has multiple business locations, blah, blah, blah. So if I'm mathing the math here, and the average amount, the average service fee that is retained by a business is, say, $60, and that is 4% of what they've taken in, that would be $1,500. That's not very much. I would hope that the average would be a heck of a lot higher than that, $1,500. Anyway, I wanted to just kind of set the record. I wanted to clarify the record when it came to testimony in the Appropriations Committee, especially the information that was provided by the businesses, because they are not happy about this. They are really freaking out. I think it's also important to understand how this service fee, we talked about, okay, this has been around since the 30s, this service fee. But one thing that I think is really important to understand, it used to be, this service fee used to apply to all businesses in the state of Colorado. They could collect a service fee until there was a bill passed in this building in 2019. And that bill, with an effective date of January 1st, 2022, changed dramatically the service fee. Because what happened is that bill said that starting January 1st, 2022, retailers with $1 million or more in total taxable sales for any filing period will no longer be eligible for the state's portion of the vendor fee. So no more. And candidly, that's one of the reasons why we didn't see the Retail Association, who very actively represents big box stores and larger retailers in the state of Colorado. Those folks weren't losing their minds over this the way small businesses are. The small businesses that, oh, by the way, are the backbone of the state. They're not losing their minds because they lost that fee already. They lost it beginning in January 1st, 2022. That amount, those dollars that they would have collected, that they would have retained for their efforts in collecting sales tax on behalf of the state of Colorado, well, those dollars have since then been going to the Housing Development Grant Fund, sometimes known as HDGF. And what does the Housing Development Grant Fund do, you might ask? Well, since it's been a couple of months since we've been here and talking about these things, and all those acronyms, they get really, really confusing. But this is one of the primary funds that we use for providing affordable housing in the state of Colorado. One of the many. Anyway, So I think that that information is really important to this conversation when we're talking about House Bill 25B 1005. This is a bad deal for businesses. This is a bad deal for the businesses in the state of Colorado. I was up here at the well, I don't know, I don't think it was yesterday, maybe it was the day before, but I don't remember because the days are kind of running together for me. I don't know about y'all, but I'm just kind of, it's all kind of running together at this point. But I was up here and I was talking about the State of the State event that was put on by the Denver Chamber of Commerce right after we clocked out in May. And how it was pretty shocking. It was pretty shocking how the business community was feeling about all the shenanigans that are going on here under the Great Golden Dome. And I'm just going to cite a couple of things that I thought were really interesting because the Colorado Chamber of Commerce pretty regularly does a survey. They do a survey of employers, they do a survey of businesses, and they did a survey in 2025. And I'm going to just clip a couple of things from this. I could read the whole thing, but I'm sure you don't want me to spend that much time up here at the well, that maybe I should. Should I just read the whole thing? I think I will, because this is important. It's really, really important for everybody to understand what the business environment in the state of Colorado has become. The Colorado Chamber today released the results of its 2025 poll of Colorado businesses covering key economic and policy issues relevant to the statewide business community. Oh, but this is dated February 13th of this year. The survey of 169 business leaders was conducted by the Cole Hargrave Snodgrass and Associates, a nationally recognized firm with expertise in market research specifically for state chambers of commerce. Interviews were conducted from November 25th to December 17th, 2024. So that's pretty recent data in my opinion. Based on strong feedback on our regulatory climate in previous surveys, and I have those if you want me to read those too, but maybe I'll just skip that for right now. So based on strong feedback on our regulatory climate in previous surveys and studies conducted by the Colorado Chamber this year, we took a deep dive into how these regulations are impacting businesses and their workers, said Lauren Furman, President and CEO of the Colorado Chamber. Companies have choices, and this is really, really important. Because we've talked about this. In fact, we talked about this when I was standing up here 2 nights ago or whenever it was. We talked about business attraction and retention. And this is what they say. Companies have choices in where they invest and grow. And too many are choosing to go elsewhere. That means that they're not coming here. Or maybe they're not staying here. There's no doubt that state regulations are the primary driver of Colorado's recent decline in competitiveness, and our path forward is clear. Ms. Furman went on to say, our regulatory relief package for the 2025 session is currently in development, and we will work closely with lawmakers to ensure its passage. Pretty sure none of that passed. Maybe a couple of things. Just a couple. In fact, I was on one of those bills. The most concerning regulations come from the labor and employment side. 41% of employers say it's their top concern, regulation, followed by environmental regulations at 32%. The business community is united in the need for regulatory relief from the legislature, and 92% of those polled are saying that reform is necessary to reduce the burden on employers. 92%. I would say that that is a resounding majority. And in fact, I would say that 92% probably is a pretty good bipartisan number, because you have people of all political persuasions if you're looking at 92%. The economic impact of our state regulatory climate is widespread, with 76% saying regulations have led to increased costs of products, 71% saying that they have negatively impacted their overall company, and 63% saying that they have caused a reduction in productivity. Regulations also negatively impact workers, with 67% of employers saying they have had to reduce wages offered due to regulatory costs, and 51% saying regulations have prevented additional hiring and job growth. That's pretty telling too. And that could be a contributor to the actual increase in unemployment in the state of Colorado. I can't specifically stand here and draw from point A to point B, but I would say that if you have employers saying that they have had to reduce their hiring and job growth because of the regulatory environment in the state of Colorado, that means we have more people unemployed. So I'm going to just talk about a few more things with this survey, because when we are talking about House Bill 25B 1005 and its impact on businesses, which is not insignificant, which is not trivial, and it is candidly offensive to claim either one, we have got to listen to what the business community is saying. We cannot remain deaf in this chamber to what they are telling us. And they are telling us that they are in trouble. That's what the survey says. That's what they come here and tell us in testimony. So further, part of the survey, business leaders continue to sour in their perception of the state's economy. 2/3 of business leaders, 67%, now say Colorado's economy is headed in the wrong direction, up from 60% in 2023 and 53% in 2022. Huh. Who's driving that boat? 71% of respondents say that Colorado's business climate is more costly or burdensome than other states. Only 5% hold the complete opposite view. And you know how those polls go, right? They have like all different ends of the strongly agree, strongly disagree, and then they'll group. Only 5% said, no, Colorado's business climate isn't costly or burdensome, more costly or burdensome than other states. 5%, 95% are telling us that our business climate is in trouble. Next bullet. The state-imposed regulatory burden dominates the concern of Colorado businesses. Okay, that's us, folks, right? The state-imposed regulatory burden, that comes from here. Not only do 48% volunteer this concern on an open-ended question, but 70% say it's one of the 3 greatest challenges their business is facing. And when asked where they see the greatest regulatory burden, the state, 58% far outdistances federal at 18, or local at 23, regulations as areas for concerns. That's really interesting also, because we talk about federal regulations, and I'm really happy that my constituents, both business and individuals, get a tax break from the federal government through H.R. 1. I think it's great. We need it. They need it. And rather than spending the most idyllic 4 days of my life here in this chamber with y'all, bemoaning the fact that the federal government is actually doing something good for the citizens of this country, could be doing a lot of other things. Anyway. And I'm going to reference back, because I was talking a couple of minutes ago about job growth. And here's another fun factoid for you. Only 29% of Colorado businesses expect to grow their workforce over the next year, which is down from 41% in 2023 and 48% in 2022. 15% say they will decrease the number of employees, more than doubling what we saw just 2 years ago. More than a quarter of the businesses say they are unlikely to make future investments in Colorado, a number that continues to climb. There's lots more in here. But I hope that I have made my point to the thousands listening on the Colorado Channel and the millions listening on the Colorado Channel and the 5 people who are listening here in this chamber. House Bill 25B 1005 is yet another, and we heard this term actually in committee, the term death by 1,000 cuts. That's how they describe the regulation that they are having imposed on them by who? The state of Colorado. Death by 1,000 cuts. That's what we're doing to them. That's what they said. That's their term, not mine. And with that, I know you'll be very thrilled to know that I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L13 to 1005?
Amendment L13, amend reading gross bill, page 5, line 12,
Senator
strike.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L013 to House Bill 25B 1005.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment, while not completely doing away with this really terrible policy, in my opinion, it reduces the impacts of the policy and extends the service fee offered for collecting sales taxes to our businesses. So it changes it from the limit from 1 million in taxable sales, which is the cap, to 500,000 in taxable sales. And that is measured from in the previous calendar year sales, just in alliance with the provisions that are currently there. And what this does, you know, we can talk all night, and we could talk all night about small businesses. We could talk all night about small businesses in my hometown of Castle Rock, in the good senator from Colorado Springs' hometown. We could talk, because I've heard from them a lot. When I was assessor, I heard from them all the time. It is hard hard to be a small business, no matter what, like under the best of circumstances. So this particular amendment prevents the small mom and pop businesses from suffering the consequences of this bill as introduced. We want to retain these businesses. It's really, really important that they stick around. They support our communities. They sponsor our kids' baseball teams. But I know in my hometown of Castle Rock, we've had too many small businesses, restaurants, retailers, other small businesses close. They close because they're done. I had a restaurant that I used to really love to frequent that was close by my home, and they were pretty busy. But you know what? They closed their doors because they said, we just can't do this anymore. We can't do this anymore. It's too hard. And it was terrible for them. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to close their doors, but they can't live like this anymore. So this amendment is important. It's just one way that we can make this easier for our business community. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L13, Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that if we want to do this, we all need to think about what we would like to not fund. And we should give that some pretty hard thought before we decide to make this change.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd say even more importantly than the point that my good colleague just made is that the reduction of this does not simplify the tax code nearly as much as the elimination would. Again, primary purpose on this being the simplification. The straight elimination is simple. The just adjustment is far less.
Further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Well, I rise in support of L013. We're talking about small businesses here and retailers, and you're talking about the fee. And I know you all think, wow, we're doing such a great thing and we're going to balance the budget. Well, these are not spending. We're not cutting spending here. And actually what you're doing is in 26, 27, when we're projected to have a surplus, you're just adding to the surplus. I mean, I thought I explained this before. Not balancing the budget. All these bills are not balancing the budget. If all these tax cuts and fees and allowances that go away and, you know, you do all these things to businesses and stuff, not balancing the budget. We don't have a call that allows us to cut spending, or we'd have brought a whole bunch of bills forward to cut spending. We don't have that. In fact, my understanding is we're waiting for the governor to finally do an executive order, not tell us the plan yet, but I guess I'm going to get it on Thursday, maybe, if we're still here, though, that won't be right. But I don't know. But here's the thing. We're not fixing the budget. We're collecting $700 million less of taxes from our constituents. That's one issue. We're below the cap. For 26-27, we already know we're $700 million in the red because we didn't cut enough last year. We did a bunch of one-time spending. We swept some cash funds, about $350 million worth. We created an enterprise, another $65 million. We cut that MMLF funding. We did a few things like that. We refinanced our transportation bond issue where we're still paying $774 million over a 10-year period. We just kind of refinanced it. Instead of doing no payment in the last year, we decided to do less payment in this year. So we're not fixing the budget with any of these bills. None of them. In fact, all we're doing is, this year, we're making it harder for small businesses to survive. We're making it harder on small businesses who are collecting our taxes for us. Right now, they get $1,000 a filing, which is basically $1,000 a month. Costs them $4,000 a month to do that. That's what they told us in committee. I think they know. And then, Tabor refunds. It's right here in the fiscal note on page 7. The bill is expected to increase the amount of state revenue required to be refunded to taxpayers, or all those tax credits or that refund those refunds in other bills, to taxpayers by $56.8 million in 26-27. You're just adding to the surplus, not fixing the budget. Don't be fooling yourselves. You're increasing taxes. The governor put a call out that says we're just going to be able to increase taxes and also work on AI.
Senator Kirkmeyer, we are on
Yes.
L13 at the moment.
Yep, and I'm still in support of it.
Great.
And this one just says, except that a retailer with less than $500,000 in taxable sales in the previous calendar year may continue to retain the fee. So we're trying to get the really smaller businesses to be able to retain that allowance. You know, every time you say fee, people think, oh, we're changing a fee or we're doing a fee. They collect a fee from us. It's an allowance that we give them. We're not subsidizing businesses here. They're actually becoming tax collectors for us. That's what they've been doing. We haven't been paying them enough to do that. They've been footing the bill. We're just saying, good grief. For those that are less than $500,000 in taxable sales, they get to retain it. They get to retain that $1,000 a fee, $1,000 a month. It may not even be $1,000 for them. It may be something less. It's either 4% or $1,000. They may be only collecting $600 a month. For God's sakes, this isn't going to break the bank. We already did that. We already broke the bank. We already bankrupted us, basically. We already put us in the hole. All the way back in March of 2021. So yes, I'm in support of this amendment. You want to fix the budget? Go tell the governor, and I know he didn't ask you guys either. At least that's what I heard in appropriations. Go tell the governor you should have given us a call where we could cut spending. Actually work to fix our budget. Not say to our taxpayers and to businesses, gosh, federal government, cut your taxes. And because of that, the state's tax collections are cut, which means you got to cut at the state. And our answer is, we're going to come back and take this allowance from you, and we're going to increase taxes. That's crazy to me. And then you think that's going to balance our budget? No. So I'm in complete support of L013. This is at least trying to make it better to some minor extent for those retailers that collect less than $500,000 in taxable sales. I mean, let's start thinking about who are we driving out of our state? Who are we putting out of business? We've already messed up our budget. How about we not put anybody else out of business? I ask for an aye vote, an urgent aye vote on L013.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, and I request an urgent title ruling on L013 or whatever that is, because this bill's title is the elimination, not the reduction, but the elimination of the sales tax vendor fee that retailers are authorized to retain.
Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. We are back. No, not back. Are we back? All right. We are back, and after discussion with proponents of the amendment and sponsors of the amendment, I rule that L13 falls outside the title. Further discussion on 1005. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to hand an amendment to the desk. Here you go.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L17 to 1005.
Amendment L17, amend
Senator
regross bill.
Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L17 to House Bill 1005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we were honored here by visits from members of the House of Representatives, and I'm sure that they're still listening in, so we just let them know that while they're used to a budget of $44 billion, I know that at least 1/4 of the members here, maybe as much as a third, were elected to the House of Representatives at the same time as I was in 2018, and so we all got sworn in early 2019, and we saw that budget back then. And going from that $33 billion at the time to $44 billion equates to an average of about $1.5 billion increase every year since then on average. That's $1 million times 1,570. It's a lot each year. It's a lot of money, and yet, rather than approaching this special session to reduce spending within that enormous growth of cash, we're simply leaning on others to raise new revenue on top of $44 billion and the $1.5 billion increase that comes every year. So it's only right and proper that we follow the state constitution that asks when we're going to be raising new revenue through taxation, that we refer to the people according to the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights and get their judgment on that. Let them decide, because that is their right to do. We report to them, not the other way around. So that is the purpose of this amendment, is to refer House Bill 1005 to the people under referendum so that they can determine by Taxpayers' Bill of Rights whether or not to make this increase.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We encourage a no vote on this amendment. Again, this was a fee created in the 30s, well before Tabor. This is not a tax. This is the government acting as a business. This is a fee. It's well-established law. This is unnecessary, and I encourage a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize this fee was enacted a long time before Tabor came into effect. There's a level of mistrust out in the state, with state government, with federal government, on their spending. The federal government, there's a huge deficit people are very concerned about. People are concerned about our cost overruns, our spending overruns. They're starting to want to take their government back because we are for the people, by the people. And I think just letting them vote on these kind of measures is very appropriate. So I rise in favor of this amendment.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I rise and ask for a no vote on this amendment. There is mistrust, and when folks are paying taxes, I think there's a fair expectation that they believe that those taxes are going towards roads and bridges and healthcare and education. And in fact, with the savings from this bill, we could pay 1,138 teachers. We started this conversation talking about actual numbers. That's 1,138 teachers. If we went around to my voters, and my voters are calling me and saying they are very worried about Medicare. They are very worried about Medicaid. They are very worried about schools. And when they're paying taxes, they are expecting that money to go to support those outcomes. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L17 to 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. No. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L17 is lost. To the bill, Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L15 to 1005?
Amendment L15,
Senator
amending Gross
Zamora
Bill.
Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move L015 to HB 25B 1005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment adds language that directs any additional general fund revenue attributable to the elimination of a vendor fee to the Small Business Assistance Center Cash Fund to provide tax relief or grants to smaller retailers. Additionally, it grants the Office of Economic Development the power to expend money from the fund to provide tax relief or grants to small retailers. This will help offset the negative economic impacts that HB 25B 1005 will have on small businesses and the overall economy of Colorado by permitting extra general fund revenue attributable to the elimination of the vendor fee to provide tax relief or grants to small retailers. Additionally, it would allow the Office of Economic Development the power to expend money from the fund to provide the same relief, potentially preventing the extra tax burden from increasing consumer costs. I ask for an aye vote for Amendment L015.
To Senator Kipp.
Thank you. We ask for a no vote on this amendment. Basically what it does is it takes the money from the vendor fee and then it puts it into a fund to give it back anyways, and the whole point of this bill would be essentially nullified. So we would ask for respectfully a no vote.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L15 to 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. L15 is lost. Senator Peltonar, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard a number of great amendments that would help small business. My district has 13 counties, many multiple municipalities, small businesses. That's what makes up my district. And many of those small businesses fit into this category that we are discussing under this bill. So with that, Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
Stopped raining outside, but it's still raining amendments here. Mr. Schaffler, please read L11 to 1005.
Amendment L11, amending Gross Bill,
Senator
page 8.
Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L11.
That's a proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we saved the best amendment till last. So this is taking the safety clause off of it. This isn't a dire emergency with this kind of a bill, 10005 or 1005. So I think it's only fair that we take the safety clause off and put on the petition clause. You know, there's a misconcept out there, misconception, that small businesses, if you own one, you're rich. It doesn't take into account the blood, sweat, and tears, the risk you took to go borrow money from your banker that may not be able to be paid back if you hit a rough patch or something, or if all of a sudden the state changes the rules midstream. That all has an impact on the bottom line. So I think we owe it to these small businesses to give them the opportunity, if they so choose, to gather up enough signatures and put something like this on the ballot to petition this government. So with that, I urge support for 011.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you. You know, I think a discussion about safety clause and petition clause is often in order. I'm personally somebody who doesn't use a safety clause a ton. When we look at the language in the Constitution about the right of referendum, one of the bases in there to use a safety clause is for matters concerning appropriations, which follow from anything about the tax system. So there's that. Also, the policy as it's set forth seeks to effectuate the change by 1/1/26. And you know, here we are 3+ months after the end of our usual timing. So if you were to add 90 days after final adjournment of when we're done here, now we're crowding the change of the year, I don't believe that we're leaving DOR enough time to make programmatic changes and actually do what we're setting forth to do. So those are two reasons, and I think most fundamentally, I mean, look, we're here because a problem was created by federal action, and we need to take measures, and that does include the tough decisions, and to go into our communities and to explain these decisions. So for this mix of reasons, the timing, the implementation, the constitutional text, I do believe that a safety clause is appropriate, is warranted in this case. I would personally be urging a no vote on L11.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, it's been brought up many times, we're here because of the federal action with the HR1. The main reason we are here is because of the reckless overspending that's been done by this administration over the last 7 years. Some things were exasperated maybe by HR1, but we would not be here if we'd have had our ducks in a row leading up to this point. So with that, I renew my support for L011.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L11 to 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes have it. L11 is lost. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the thing that we got to really think about is how do we fix a budget hole that, because those darn congressional Republicans gave the citizens tax relief in our great state, they gave them tax relief, gave citizens tax reliefs. And there's no cuts at all in this special session. All he could find, all he put in there, all the governor put in there was raising revenue. And I appreciate the tax cuts. I'm one of the ones that when I was a county commissioner, I used to run tax cuts all the time. Sometimes they would fail, but I would run them all the time because we want our economy to grow. And my feeling is tax cuts is what does it. I just don't think that we should be trying to balance this budget off the backs of small businesses. Number one. Number two, when this thing goes away, and next year, we're just gonna be refunding that money to the citizens of Colorado anyway. So I like my colleague from Weld County when she says it in appropriate every time. How is this gonna fix our future budget holes? How's this gonna do it? Because it's just gonna get given back with Tabor refunds. And that's what happens. Removing this fee on small businesses is going to be so difficult for those small businesses. We are paying them to do the job of the state, to collect taxes. It reminds me of a nice little story that I always tell my kids about the Revolutionary War and about Samuel Adams. That was his job, was collecting taxes until he seen how bad it was hurting the citizens. And then he was no longer collecting those taxes, and he became an outlaw because of it. I don't want our small businesses to become outlaws because they're not remitting their sales tax or anything else. I want them to be good small businesses and just create jobs and be the backbone of our economy. I want them to get paid for the job that they're doing for the state. That's what this fee does. I understand other states don't do it, but guess what? We're Colorado. We don't do what other states do. That's why we got Tabor. We protect our citizens. We protect our small businesses, and that's what we need to do. We don't need this. We should vote against this. I ask for a no vote on 10-0-0 or 10-05.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I stood up here for a minute or two earlier on this bill, but I want to hammer something home. It's really, really important. I talked about the business climate in the state of Colorado. And we can't just be the proverbial ostrich and stick our head in the sand and think that we're going to tax our business community out of this, or we're going to impart fee after fee or regulation after regulation. If we are not retaining and attracting businesses in the state of Colorado, if we're not actively seeking to improve our business climate, we are hamstringing our state financially. You know, so where I come from in Douglas County, it's, I don't know if you've driven south on I-25, but there's houses going up all over the place. It's crazy. We're in extreme growth mode in Castle Rock. We have been for years. But here's the thing, and the Douglas County Commissioners understood this years ago, back in the 90s when we were the fastest growing county in the entire country. In the entire United States, Douglas County, Colorado, was the fastest growing state. And there are people who've been there for a long time, like myself, who are like, oh my gosh, all these houses, all these, you know, what are they doing? Putting up another parking lot, losing their minds, because it's, you know, it's a change from the old, and it changes hard. But there's a saying, if you're not growing, you're dying. Economically, if you are not growing, you're dying. Now, should you just grow at an unfettered pace and not provide the infrastructure for your citizens? No, you have to be smart about it. You have to be strategic. And so that's my lens. But the state of Colorado, we here in this building have got to start understanding that we have got to foster a business environment that is conducive to retention and attraction of businesses. We do. Because if we don't, we are going to be losing more and more businesses.
If we make this state unattractive to do business in, if we regulate the Sam Hill out of the businesses in this state, there are better places for them to be. Ask California. Ask New York. There are better places for them to do business. We've been really successful. We used to have an amazing business environment. We are not that anymore. We have beautiful mountains. We have an amazing educated workforce. We have so much to offer here in Colorado. There is no reason why we can't be one of those shining stars from an economic standpoint. There is no reason except for the regulation and overreach that we here in this building impart on our businesses. This bill is just another example of what we have done. This bill does not fix our financial problems. It doesn't even come close. In fact, I think that ultimately it will have the effect of doing quite the opposite. You know, I've been here in this legislature for a couple of years now, 3 sessions, and I've heard there's a lot of finger pointing when it comes to why we have financial issues sometimes, why we have to make some hard decisions sometimes. For a while, we didn't have to. It was kind of like we had this blank check that we just kept spending money and spending money. We went from something like a, $3.8 billion surplus to 0 in just a couple of years. This situation is not the fault of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. This situation that we are in is not because we have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights as part of our Constitution. This situation that we are in right now is not the fault of the federal government. It is not the fault of H.R. 1. It is the fault of spending way beyond our means, of creating programs and jobs based on one-time federal funding. The irony is thick with this because we created this budget bloat because of the federal funding that we received through COVID. And now we're blaming the federal government for the shortfall. We need to get real. Let's look in the mirror. I asked for a no vote on 1005.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we've heard time and time again that the reason we're here is because of H.R. 1. I mean, I heard in committee that we need to start making, we're going to have to make really hard decisions. This bill is not a hard decision. We take away an allowance and a fee from small businesses. What's so hard about that? It's not a hard decision. This bill represents one-time dollars again. That's all it is. One-time dollars of $27.6 million. Because after that, the money just builds the surplus, and we're just going to refund it to somebody else. That's what happened with all these bills. This bill just is saying, look, we're trying to say that we're going to balance the budget on the backs of small business here, but actually we're not. We're not balancing the budget. we are hurting small businesses. So we can get some one-time dollars in this year to close the gap on all those things you asked to spend and voted for in this 2025 session for this budget year. It's already determined what this money's going to. We're not making any cuts. There are no cuts. It's already been determined. Our tax revenues are less. We already decided in this fiscal year what we're spending all this money on. And this whole thing, I mean, I've heard this like 3 or 4 different times at least, that we're cutting teachers. No, we're not. Our fiscal year budget for 25-26 did not cut education. Didn't cut education. And even if it did, we don't cut teachers. I think everybody here knows that. We don't fund teachers. We fund school districts. They figure out what to fund. If they're cutting teachers, that's on them. I mean, this whole, let's make everybody afraid and let's tell everybody these stories. We don't cut teachers. We don't fund teachers. We fund the school district. And I heard we're cutting Medicaid. No, we're not. No. We're not cutting Medicaid any further than was already basically cut in the 25-26 budget. The state budget. The federal government didn't cut Medicaid, not benefits to the recipient. That's not accurate. They did not do that. They're making changes requiring accountability. Well, that doesn't even start for over another year. Not even started yet. We're trying to create this whole big drama moment. I called it the Home Alone moment. Where you look in the mirror and you put your hands on your face and you scream. You should have been doing that last year. You should have been doing that last year. Our 25-26 budget is set. We didn't bring in as many tax collections because of tax relief. That's the reality. So we're trying to fill that gap. Nowhere are you cutting any spending. That budget's set. Those spending programs are set. We weren't allowed in the call to cut spending. I guess the governor's going to try and do it sometime later under executive order. At least that's the rumors. We only got Medicaid provider rates up by 1.6%. That's only because of me. Inflation was 2.4. Effectively, we didn't fund Medicaid provider rates to sustain Medicaid providers. We already have an issue in this state. H.R. 1 didn't cause 25 counties to have maternal health care deserts. Nope. That was caused by more regulation. When I got here in 2021, all I heard was the hospitals are making too much money. They're making profit. God forbid somebody should make a profit. They're making a profit. Now, they're barely getting by. It was not caused by H.R. 1. We're not even starting to talk about the 26-27 budget year, but we already know we're $700 million in the red. And what does this bill do? 26-27? Put $56.8 million in Tabor surplus. Doesn't cut anything. You're going to hurt small businesses to put money into Tabor surplus. We'll be over the cap. We're going to still have to cut. But H.R. 1 didn't do that. That's not the problem. That's not what H.R. 1 did. H.R. 1 gave tax relief. And it gave tax relief at the state level too, $1.2 billion. If we would have done cuts last year, we wouldn't be as poorly in the hole right now. But we didn't do that. All you're finding here again It's just feeding that spending addiction. One-time money. One-time money to the tune of $27.6 million. And you're hurting small businesses. You're hurting retailers. You know, I thought when I listened to the Democrat press conference that the tax cuts were going to the wealthy corporations. And yet here you are hurting small businesses. I mean, it's not like we were paying them enough in the first place. They were already subsidizing us. They were already paying to collect our fees. They were already required to suck it up, and now you're just telling them to suck it up more. It's not a tax credit. It's not a tax. I would agree with you on that. It's a fee that you're taking away from someone, from a business, a retailer, to create one-time spending. You'd think we'd learn. If we only have one-time spending, don't you think we should have been making cuts? I know, I've heard it. What are we going to cut? What are we going to cut? How about we start cutting somewhere of those 7,000 new state employees over the first 6 years of the Polis administration that were approved? 7,000. And even if you take out the higher education employees, it's still 600 to 700 employees year over year just in the Polis executive branch administration. That's outrageous. And we wonder why we have a budget issue? We are overspending. And when I talk about overspending, our general fund operating expenditures increased by 3.6%. Inflation was 2.4%. That would be overspending. That's in our 25-26 budget. We could have had the opportunity to cut spending. We didn't get it. Not blaming anyone here. You don't set the call. And as stated by the sponsors of this bill, spending cuts don't fit under the call. We need to cut spending. This bill doesn't do that. It's not solving our budget issue. It's more one-time dollars at the expense of small businesses. That's just pretty sad. We could have cut our legislative cash fund. In fact, I had a senator today want to know why we couldn't cut that. Why couldn't we take that away today? I'm like, well, go talk to your governor. He didn't give us the ability to do that. But we could have taken the money out of the legislative cash fund. There's about $10 million there. We could have taken the approximately probably close to $5 million that we've overappropriated, the legislative department, which is us. We're the legislative branch. Year over year for the last few years, we've been overappropriating. That money gets waterfalled into, flows into a legislative cash fund. Remember? This was the $4 million worth of furniture that we said we were only going to do $3 million. It ends up being 1.4. It's still ridiculous. Families don't do that. If they can't pay for their kids' health care, they don't say, hey, let's go buy a dining room table.
Senator
Not here.
Kirkmeyer. Senator Kirkmeyer,
So this bill,
I will invite you to come back to 10:05.
I'm coming back
please.
to it.
Thank you.
This bill just eliminates a state sales tax vendor fee. We tried to say, gosh, could we give at least the smallest retailers, the ones that are maybe only getting $600 a month or $600 a quarter, could we give them a break? No. We don't even want to make room for it under the title. We couldn't even do that. So we're back to just one-time funding, one-time money. That's our problem. I mean, I've said it before. We shouldn't have had a special session. We should have had an intervention. We need to stop spending. We need to cut. This bill does not make any cuts. We could have eliminated that bogus Office of Saving People Money. I don't know, are we talking about $5 million away there? That's just so the lieutenant governor can get a second paycheck. So here we are, getting one-time dollars on the backs of retail businesses. You've heard how restaurants are struggling. We all know. You've all seen small businesses in your own districts. You had to have. You've seen restaurants are closing. I mean, we've got chain stores closing. Bed Bath & Beyond closing. Restaurant chains closing. Walgreens having an issue in their closing stores. These are all retailers. Do you know that this fee, the allowance, that $1,000 per filing, that if you have multiple stores, you don't get multiple $1,000 for each filing. All of your stores are considered one filing. Think how much that's costing them to collect this fee, to collect taxes for the state. We're not here because of H.R. 1. If we'd have been doing our job, we'd been able to figure this out without coming back in for a special session. The governor could have come in with negative supplementals. The governor could have come in with a plan. He didn't even need to do this. It's happened in other places, other times. He could have come in and he could have told his departments to stop spending.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Instead, we have a bill that says we're going to eliminate state sales tax vendor fee and hurt local businesses. That's what we're doing. One-time dollars that in the next fiscal year don't even help with the budget. In the next fiscal year, we're going to put $56.8 million into the surplus. It'll be above the cap. It just exasperates our issue. That's all these bills are doing. This bill in particular. The really hard decision would be to make cuts. It's not a hard decision to increase people's costs of doing business. It's just a decision that shouldn't be made. And I know I heard somewhere between 18 to 20 plus other states don't have this. I don't care. I don't know what their economy is doing in their area. Maybe they haven't overregulated businesses to the point of regulating them out of business. I don't care. That's not a good reason to impact the businesses in our state. I don't know what the situation is in those other 20, 18, however many states it is. And it's not just restaurants, small businesses. And yeah, who do you think, when they have extra costs, who do you think ends up getting that? At some point, they have to push it to the consumer. We're already one of the most expensive states to live in. People already complain about affordability. It's the only thing we hear about. They don't want to increase their taxes. Their insurance rates are too high on their property insurance, on their health insurance, on their car insurance. Every insurance they buy, everything's gone up. I mean, we come up with these things that it's caused by somebody else. No, we caused it ourselves. And now we're just making it worse for business, and we're going to exacerbate our problem. This is clearly an impact to small businesses in the state. Clearly. They're already impacted. They already have to pay to collect taxes, sales taxes for the state. They already have to do their work and remit them, pretty much most of them once a month. They were getting paid $1,000 when it's costing them $4,000 approximately to do it. And now you're going to take away the $1,000. That will hurt. That will hurt. That's what this bill is doing. I would ask you, for all of the small businesses, all the retailers in your districts, throughout the state. Let's not hurt them anymore. How about you just go ask them which regulation we could get rid of? Instead of cutting this fee that we're paying them. Well, that we won't be paying them anymore. How about you go ask them what regulations we could cut instead of cutting their $1,000 a month? We weren't paying them for it enough in the first place. That's what we should be doing instead of eliminating the state sales tax vendor fee. It's kind of misnamed. They're not really our vendor. They've become our tax collector. And now we're not even going to pay them to collect taxes. You know, in local government, we call that an unfunded mandate. This is just an unfunded expense and an additional burden to retailers throughout the state of Colorado. You know, you feel so good about this, you should probably go out and talk to all the retailers in your area and ask them how they feel about it. But they don't like it. But they don't like it at all. But they would tell you about all the regulations that you've already passed that made their business hard to keep going, hard to keep the doors open. Eliminating the state sales tax vendor fee. We're just eliminating the amount of money we were paying them when we weren't paying them enough. And we're not doing anything to fix our budget. We're still going to have a budget issue because we didn't cut spending. Because we spend on things that we think are nice to have in your pet projects. We're not spending on what we should be spending on and keeping it down. We've overspent. This does nothing to help us. And all it does is harm small businesses and retailers throughout the state. I would urge a no vote on 1005.
Senator Samora Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my colleague from Brighton has, she stole some of my thunder. She did a great job. But I just want to also reiterate some numbers. That since 2019, one party has controlled the House, the Senate, and governorship. And during this time, Colorado has increased in state spending 44%. I'm going to say that again, 44%. Like drunken sailors, I'm going to start handing out eye patches. Taxes have increased 31%. Fees, which is a tax, increased 15%. Violent crimes, 31%. And regulations have increased such that we're the 6th most regulated state. And this ties into the bill because just people who don't even have businesses are leaving Colorado. It's becoming, they can't afford it. And businesses, this whole session is about raising revenue. Our businesses are losing every incentive to stay here. Regulations stifle and choke productivity. You know, there was made a comment and during some of the amendments that the opposition said, well, we can't do that because it would change. It'd be too complicated with the taxes, and it's just easier just to take this away. Well, I would say it's easier if we just start cutting, and that's what we need to do. That is the issue. This has been going on since 2019. We see the train wreck coming. It's here. And the many bills that we're seeing right now is just kicking the can down. Not only that, but it's going to make matters worse. It's going to drive up costs. This is not the fault of HR1. This is the fault of spending like drunken sailors. And who's going to pick up the tab for this mistake? It's going to be Coloradans. We're sounding the warning to you. Be prepared that we're going to see this again. I mean, we knew it already in March, before HR 1. We already knew it. There's so much warning that we can do. I've had several friends already move out of the state. And I'm here to fight the good fight and help Coloradans and reclaim what they've lost. We need to cut. I urge a no vote on SB, on House Bill 25B 1005. This is going to be a disaster, and this is death by 1,000 cuts. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we've had a really good debate here tonight. Some of the things that I want to talk about is I was listening when the executive committee met with the budget director of the governor's office. And I was listening online, and he said Colorado did not have the money to pay its bills this fiscal year. And this is, I don't know how many bills, I've kind of lost count, but this is another bill where we are adding expenses this fiscal year. 1.5 million in this bill alone. And I'm just going to say, is that being good stewards of the taxpayer money when we don't have the money to pay this bill? We don't have it, and it has to, 1.5 is this fiscal year. And then I have another question, because I know the sponsors come up here and say, well, you should care about teachers and you should care about roads. I have read this bill. It's only 7.5 pages, backwards and forwards. I don't see anything about teachers in here, and I don't see anything about roads in here. If you can find that page for me, or you can find the paragraph, please do, because that's what you say when you come up here. But what about the livelihood of other people that work in businesses? What about that? Those are important too, and they may lose their jobs over this. We should care about them as well. I think it's irresponsible when we don't have the money to pay our bills that we're adding expenses in a fiscal note this fiscal year. That wasn't a rhetorical question. You could answer it for me, but I doubt that you will. But I don't see anything about this money's going to teachers, this money's going to highways. I don't see anything in here about that. I ask for a no vote.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the last 2 or 3 years, I've had many conversations with small business owners that are in my border communities. I have 3 states that border my district. There have been numerous businesses over these last 2 to 3 years have picked up their business and moved across the border. These other border states, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Kansas, are a lot more business friendly now than Colorado is. They've done that for their businesses to survive. And I've talked to several more that are just about to do the same thing. This bill will push some of those to do that. the businesses that fit under this bill, they're going to move. Some of them have moved their business, but not their residents yet. That will follow. We have more people leaving this state now than moving in, and the ones leaving are native Coloradans, because this state is not what they grew up in. So I urge a no vote on 1005. Let's be real. This problem we're in, this hole, is not from H.R. 1 or the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. It is from this administration and all the reckless spending happening in this state. I urge a no vote.
Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues. It feels like we're missing an amazing kind of opportunity given the challenge put forth in front of us. You know, a $700 million, again, I'll characterize it as an opportunity. Spent an abundance of time tonight and this special session and tonight on this bill on 1005 to talk about $27 million of more revenue to the state for this fiscal year that could be applied towards trying to close this gap and work in this opportunity space. I do think, and then again, as the good senator from Weld County highlighted, the next fiscal year, it's just budget, it's just Tabor surplus on top of Tabor surplus on top of Tabor surplus. And collectively, this fiscal year, the 5 or 6 bills that we're going to hear, these House bills, account for about $240 to $250 million into this current fiscal year, again, with an identified $700 million opportunity. Like, we're missing an amazing opportunity to actually sit down and engage in thoughtful conversation with multiple perspectives about how are you going to close this? And there was a challenge from the senator from Boulder about what are you going to cut? Well, give me the opportunity to have that discussion. We've created 200 new programs since 2010, programs and offices, all the while where we were not fully funding K through 12 education. We created all of those new programs and offices, lots of opportunities to have discussions and engagement about how do we take advantage of this opportunity, do something positive out of this. Burdening our small businesses, I don't think is an amazing opportunity. I represent 14 counties that have a variety of small towns and businesses from a few hundred people. I live in one with a few thousand people. I probably have 2 of them that have over 10,000 people, lots of just dominated by small businesses. And the town I grew up in, I heard somebody talk about a measure of the kind of the economic viability in your community is, can you buy a shirt? And I think about where I grew up in, how many small businesses there were in my hometown. And my father-in-law owned one, it was called El Cid's. Like you could actually go buy a shirt in El Cid's in Alamosa. Today, that just does not exist. And J.C. Penney, I don't know how that fits in the conversation, but there was an active J.C. Penney store and a couple others. And today, you're really limited to the big box chain store is the only opportunity, or online, to actually go purchase a shirt. I thought that was pretty amazing to think about the measure of the economic viability of the community. I worry this bill, with some of the other ones we've considering last night and again tonight, is we're like just continue to put our foot on the scale and push down harder, that makes it just incrementally harder and harder to be a small business owner in the state of Colorado. And it was been referenced tonight, the good senator from Castle Rock highlighted some of the reporting from the Colorado Chamber of Commerce about how regulated we are, how we are on the, we're not on the cusp. We've reached that point of pushing businesses out of the state. The good senator from South Beltonia talked about it. I uniquely as well, my district borders 2 other states where there are actual examples of businesses leaving the state to move out because of the regulatory environment and now this fee, just another layer of complexity and challenge for our business community that I think we missed an amazing opportunity to have thoughtful, engaged conversation to work on with the business community. What is it we could do in this space to have better outcomes? Where have we overreached and overstepped that again makes life just so much more complicated and harder in this state? For one time this year, an infusion of $27 million. There was conversation last night about incidental and de minimis. In a $700 million shortfall, $27 million is probably incidental and de minimis. And to what end? Again, you just put the burden on small business owners. They have come to me in my community and said, please, please, just make it stop. I have Democratic colleagues that have come to me and said, what are we going to do? We have become so unaffordable in this state. We've got families that can't live here anymore. We've got businesses that are leaving. That, from my Democratic colleagues, this doesn't help in that space. I think it actually pushes us even further down that road of a challenging set of circumstances where, again, if we could actually think about how do you grow the tax base? How do you make businesses actually want to come here and expand and grow? That comes with its own set of challenges from where I live and my perspective when it comes to particularly about water and how you're going to sustain growth in this state. Appreciate that challenge, but the good senator from Castle Rock did touch on, if you're not growing, you're dead. I get that. So there's another opportunity for more engaged conversations. But this bill 1005 in particular, I think just is a preview of what the conversations and the debate are going to be about the other bills in this space that, again, I think are misdirected and missed the opportunity. I'll reiterate, we weren't blessed with the opportunity to talk about where we wanted to cut, but I'd be happy to do that when the time is right and where the opportunity is, and happy to engage in that space. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and colleagues for your attention, and the sponsors for their, I know, well-intentioned and passionate interest in this space. And with that, Madam Chair, I again reaffirm a request for a no vote on 1005.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors, for bringing this forward. We've seen over the history of the state of Colorado, and certainly since the implementation of this legislation in 1935, we have done this 9 different times for a variety of reasons. And I really wish the senator from Colorado Springs had continued on with the history lesson that he was attempting to tell us, because he could have explained to us how we did it during, when we came out of the Great Depression, how we did it during World War II, and then when the soldiers came back, what the changes were, what we did during civil rights, and all of that kind of stuff. But what we can see is that the changes have been going up and down, and we're still here. There's still businesses here. There's still major manufacturers and companies here. People are still wanting to come. I mean, even when we brought it to zero, that was during the Great Recession, and that's kind of what I'm hearing. We're on the verge of another recession, and that's why we're making these changes. Also, I'm a little baffled. I got here in 2019, and that's when we changed it with House Bill 1245, where we changed it from 3.33% to the present 4%. And the same people who are walking up here saying that this is going to kill our businesses and stuff were the same people that voted against this. It was, no, we cannot give these small businesses the extra 6/7 of a percent to move up. They voted against it. And now they're coming up here talking about the same businesses, that they're going to be a problem. But when we were trying to help them because we were doing better in 2019, they didn't want to do it. And now we want to change back on that. Well, thank you again for bringing this forward. I think as we see, this is nothing new. We've done it before. We'll do it again. We'll bring it back up when the time is right. But the time isn't today. The time today is to make this change and pass this bill. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. 1005 is passed. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that House Bill 1003, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, and Senate Bill 004, that we lay them over to until later today.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Those bills will lay over until later today. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will rise and report.
No, I never did that. I used to have to, I don't have a way over to land over. Land over till tomorrow.
All right, you ready? Senate will come to orders. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although we were in our committee of the whole for such a long time, we had one bill under consideration only. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the report?
August 24, 2025, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following tax bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1005 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1003, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, Senate Bill 04 laid over till later in the day and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that brief report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any aye votes? Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton, B, Pelton, R, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Baisley. Are there any other no votes? I don't see anyone's hand up. Oh, Senator Liston. I'm sorry, guys. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. I need a piece of paper. Ah, yes. House Bill 1005 passed on second reading, order revised, placed on count of third reading and final passage. House Bill 1003, 1001, 1004, 1006, and Senate Bill 4 laid over until 8/24/2025, retaining their place on the calendar. Special orders. Second reading of bills. Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 2. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 5, amended as printed in House Journal August 23, 2025, and amended on third reading as printed in House Journal August 24, 2025.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 5.
Special orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Henriksen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. There is no active coat rule, but it's relaxed anyway. And Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1003?
House Bill 1003 by Representatives Mabry and Basnicker and Senators Weissman and Gonzalez concerning adjustments to the insurance premium tax rate tax expenditure for a home office or regional home office.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1003. There were no committee reports. To the bill. All right. Members, for almost 100 years, the tax policy concerning insurance companies of the state of Colorado has been to levy a rate of tax not on income of insurance companies, but on premiums written. It's just how we in most states do insurance, and we're not changing that today. That dates, I think, to 1935. Subsequently, going back, I believe, as far as 1959, we started a break, a subsidy of sorts, called the shorthanded, you'll hear it tonight as RHO, or the Regional Home Office Provision. What it amounts to is a 50% reduction in tax owing if certain conditions are met. Instead of 2% levied on the premium tax base, a premium written, it's 1%. So that can be a pretty generous subsidy. Since the late 2010s, our legislature has had the benefit of what are called TEPs, or tax expenditure profiles, from the Office of the State Auditor, nonpartisan folks headquartered in the top of the building across the street. These were produced for a number of years, and then the legislature, I think wisely, decided to formalize the way in which we engage with them. The format's changed over the years as we've updated for accessibility, but they look something like this. You've probably seen one. We have had an interim committee. It's paused this year for fiscal reasons, but it had been meeting for a number of years, and the interim committee repeatedly considers tax expenditure profile, or TEP, reports, and they span the gamut, these reports. There's been bipartisan agreement in the past to modify, or in some cases curtail, certain tax provisions based on data. And we, interestingly, on this provision, we have two different reports. One dates to 2020, one dates to 2025. And I think it's worth sharing, in summary, what some of them say. In 2020, the Office of the State Auditor evaluated insurance taxation across many states from the period 1990 to 2018. And they looked at how job growth in the insurance industry was doing in those states and compared to our state. And where tax policy is working, you'd expect kind of a curve, a pretty good line, indicating that you've got some causality in your data. And frankly, what I think OSA found, my words not theirs, is kind of a scatter plot. The state of New Mexico had no comparable provision. They had witnessed 292% growth in insurance industry jobs over that time. State of, I believe it was Oklahoma, without a comparable provision had, or I'm sorry, I misspoke, with a comparable provision had shed 57% jobs. So to recap, no incentive, 300% job growth almost, pretty generous incentive, shed by half. Doesn't appear to be a great correlation. That was 2020. The Office of the State Auditor looked at it again. They just released a report in the middle of our regular session this past March. The data continues to be really mixed, and this time it's closer to home. They looked at the period 2022 to 2024. Insurance companies are combined into operating groups for this analysis. 15 of 18 groups that qualified for the RHO rate reduction reported a decrease in Colorado jobs, cutting about 4,300 jobs while receiving $17.5 million economic benefit through the RHO. So we've been talking a lot up here about jobs tonight and last night in the context of tax policy, and I think rightly so. What this report from nonpartisan staff is telling us is this is a provision that does not lead to jobs. It has actually correlated, at least, with a reduction in thousands of jobs. It's not integral to the consideration of functional tax policy, but I think it's worth noting, because I expect we are going to talk about jobs, a couple things that are unique about the insurance industry compared to all industries in Colorado. One of the key products that I'm sure we all have in here is auto insurance. It is a violation of Colorado law, Title 42, to operate on the roads without an active auto insurance policy. It's a legally required market, if you will. So that there's always going to be a demand for that particular product, auto insurance, and rightly so. We want people to have financial security on the roads. For all of us who are homeowners, own a business, frankly own a farm, produce crops, there are all manner of other insurances. Let's just stick with the obvious one of homeowners insurance. You may not legally need it. You don't legally need it. But in fact, you are not going to get a mortgage without it, because the lender will demand financial security, rightly so for the lender. And if you are fortunate enough to have paid off your mortgage, I'm still hard-pressed to imagine anybody in reality who's not going to have that particular insurance product just as a prudential matter, particularly in our state with hail, and depending on what part of the state you're in, God help you, wildfire and so forth. The nature of the industry is claims. We are a state with lots of hail. It damages cars, it damages roofs, maybe other things. Where you have a claim, you need to have an adjuster going out. That's just how the industry works. It just makes economic sense for there to be adjusters where there are claims. Possibly the industry could ship all of the adjusters in from, I don't know, Florida, someplace on the East Coast. They could do that. I don't think that makes economic sense. The commuting is going to run up the tab pretty quick. So there need to be adjusters here. So those are just some of the reasons in fact and just basic common sense why we don't need to be too concerned, I think, about the change that we seek to make here in this tax break, because of all the other reasons for demand for these products and location of these jobs in our state. I don't want to get too far off track, but when we talk about what makes this a good place to come and have locate a business here. Look, we have outdoor recreational amenities. People want to know what the schools are like for their kids, maybe higher education options. You know, do the laws respect civil rights and liberties? You know, we work on all those things too. Lastly, I want to be clear, sometimes, as here, and twice over here, as I noted, a report of the Office of the State Auditor suggests gently to us that we maybe should look at some changes. It doesn't always do that. We have provisions in our tax laws that are doing exactly what they should be doing. Just by way of one example, I wanted to share a little bit about the wholesale sales tax exemption. This report is from August 2023. Now, this document notes, in summary, the revenue impact of this set of exemptions was $3 billion in 2021. Probably more now as the economy has grown. $3 billion. There's no bill to address this here. Yeah, we have a budget problem, but there's no bill to address this because this provision of tax law is working. OSA goes on to say the exemption is well established within Colorado's tax system. This type of wholesale exemption is common in other states. Retailers who operate in multiple different states are probably familiar. Policy consideration, we didn't identify any. Clean bill of policy design health for this other provision in contradistinction to the RHO, which is manifestly not working. So what we know from the analysis is jobs are being cut while tax benefits are being claimed. The cost is several tens of millions of dollars to the state of Colorado. Now, there are companies, well represented out here this evening, who have been benefiting from this. They're allowed to under current law. If a company was eligible for this and didn't claim it, that frankly wouldn't be rational. It is rational behavior for entities that benefit from a certain provision in tax law to want to keep benefiting from it. We don't question that. It is rational for them to come into this place where policy decisions are made and fight a little bit for it. But I think the question we have to consider tonight, in the moment in which we find ourselves now, what is rational for us as 35 privileged decision makers in the state of Colorado? Crassly, but I think truthfully, this is a place where we balance interests. We hear from lots of people, we consider different things, and we have to decide what is the right balance. I always try to remember, you know, we represent about 175,000 people each in our districts. Some of them belong to certain organizations or associations, and maybe they have a lobbyist here, maybe they don't. I think most of them don't. Each of us is just about the only lobbyist that our 175,000 constituents have. So when I come in here, I try to remember that. I hope that we all do. We are called upon to do some balancing here in the special session. I believe the data indicate that consistent with the longstanding tax policy of Colorado, which is we have a tax of, generally speaking, 2% on insurance premiums, we should conclude the duration of this particular provision after tax year 2025. That is what the bill proposes, and we urge a yes vote and look forward to further discussion.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that my colleagues on this side of the aisle are already going to line up in order to argue why we should not vote in favor of House Bill 1003. So before y'all line up, I just want to take a moment to talk about some of the companies here in the state of Colorado who are benefiting from this tax credit as it currently stands per employee. I just want to be real clear with y'all. This provision in our statute doesn't require that you have 50% of your employees based in the state of Colorado. It doesn't require that you have 10%. It requires that you have 2.5% of your employees based here in the state of Colorado. Now, I'm not going to name names because my mama said, if you can't say nothing nice. So instead, I'm going to talk about Company A. The latest RHO benefit that they received, Company A, if you want to actually know the name of the company, come find me afterwards. Happy to have that one-on-one conversation. $13,607,000. Let me say that again. $13,607,130 last year. The number of jobs in the state of Colorado, 339. When you do that math, per employee, we as the state of Colorado gave Company A $40,139 per employee. You want to know what their CEO made that same year? $23.25 million. Company B, RHO benefit, $7,960,890 last year in 2024. Jobs in Colorado last year, 352. The per employee subsidy for every employee that this corporation made, their amount, $22,616 was the amount of the per employee subsidy. I could go on and on and on down this list if y'all want. I got 34 of these companies, and their subsidy that they have received under our current tax policy, when it's publicly available, we've been able to find their CEO pay. We're not talking about small businesses in this one. Let's be real clear on that. These are some of the largest corporations, not only in the state, but in the nation. They benefited well from H.R. 1, to be clear. And now, get this. Newsflash, I actually had to do a double take and go and look this up to make sure that this organization and this entity was actually talking about a bill that, Julie Gonzalez and Mike Weissman happened to run. I am talking, friends, about the Liberty Scorecard from the Republican Liberty Caucus of Colorado. Because of nearly all of the bills that have been introduced in this special session, the Liberty Scorecard of Colorado, Senator from Woodland Park, you may want to listen to this one, because the Liberty Scorecard of Colorado is in support of House Bill 25B 1003. Why? Principles supported: equal protection and rule of law and free markets. Comments: letting politically connected companies use the tax code as a shelter violates the free market principle of neutrality and equal treatment under the law. Broken watches are right twice a day. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, once again, we have a process in which nothing is cut in the budget, not even a reduction in the increases in the budget. Instead, we're scouring the tax code for whatever means of increase, revenue increase, tax increase that we can find. I would urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. This does double the tax rate on certain businesses. It is focused
certainly on certain industries. But it does require home office and employees, a significant number of employees. We can quibble about how many that should be, but we did increase that number in recent years to be considered to maintain a home office, a regional home office. An insurer must either substantially perform certain functions related to insurance business operations in the state or maintain significant direct insurance operations in the state. And beginning in 2024 and for subsequent years, maintain at least 2.5% of its total domestic workforce in the state. So that's actually a higher percentage than Colorado's population is as a percentage of the country. We have a little under 6 million people in a nation of well over 350 million people. So we raised that from 2.25% in 2023, and it was 2% in 2022. So there has been a continual statement that let's make sure that this tax incentive is working and that we're getting more job location, job creation, and benefits to our economy here. This is a $100 million tax increase. And you can quibble about what's appropriate, which industries, how we should treat different industries, but at the end of the day, it's a revenue increase of $100 million. Somebody is going to have to pay that. All of these costs flow down to beneficiaries of policies, the cost of policies, the costs imposed upon the businesses, their ability to hire new employees. When you're increasing taxes by $100 million successively here, you're definitely going to have a significant impact on the industry in the state of Colorado. And I think the point that the Liberty Scorecard folks are probably making is, if you wanted to, take a provision like this out of the tax code, then the appropriate treatment would be to take that $100 million and spread it more, equitably across the business community, the insurance business community, give broader-based tax relief. I think that's the point that's being made here. But instead, what we're doing is we're just raising taxes to avoid having to reduce our budget and be responsible in our budget. So there are certainly many ways we can improve our tax code, but simply raising taxes and avoiding the need to have fiscal discipline is not the way to do it. This is certainly going to have an impact on an industry. One company was cited, was noted having only 339 employees. Well, 339 employees is, I wouldn't call that a de minimis number of people. That's a significant number of taxpayers, significant number of people working, doing business in our state, producing tax revenue, and being productive citizens. So I certainly wouldn't diminish that. And if that's their number of companies, I think the number that was mentioned was 30 or 40. You're talking about a significant number of jobs here in the state of Colorado. So, I commend my colleague from Aurora, my colleague from Denver. They're obviously familiar with the history of this particular provision. But to me, at the end of the day, you can use all the excuses in the world for how we ought to make the tax code better, or we ought to be more pro-growth or more equitable in how we distribute it. But at the end of the day, this is a $100 million tax increase in the state of Colorado. It's a tax increase on an industry, and it's going to affect economic growth and productivity in our state. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose it, as I've urged them to oppose all of these tax increases, because each bill we're taking up here now is another tax increase You can say in each case, well, this is just a small amount, or this one we should adjust and do it differently. But at the end of the day, you're starting to talk about hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of tax increases in this extraordinary session of the General Assembly, and it's becoming increasingly clear that the reason we were called back here was to raise taxes. It's not to close a budget, eliminate a budget problem we have after year of fiscal and budgetary irresponsibility by the majority party, which has controlled everything in this state for years now. And now they're trying to blame it on a bill in Washington, D.C. That simply, when it was passed, avoided American families from having to pay $4,000 more a year in taxes. I mean, if that bill hadn't passed, all of the tax rates for families and companies would have risen dramatically back up to the pre-2017 tax rates, and that would have been extremely damaging to our economy. So let's stop trying to blame the federal tax bill, which provided many, many positive benefits for our citizens in Colorado. The real problem is our continued ignoring of the fiscal situation we keep digging ourselves into. And you know, we're kicking the can down the road here another session, and it's only going to get worse. We're eventually going to have to face the reality that we've got a structural problem with our budget, that we overspent, that we overhired for a number of years. And the solution is not to single out industries that create jobs in our state and hammer them with a $100 million tax increase. So I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not with an intent to, just is this. This is my move, Cleve. This is my move. Here we go. I'll move it back a little bit. Can you still see me up? Okay. So, all right. Thanks so much, the senator from Liechtenstein. So, not in an attempt to filibuster my own party's bill. I think we all know what's going to happen. It's fine. But this is really important. We are here today because of H.R. 1. This is just facts. This is math. We can talk about the budget during the regular session and whether you think spending up to the Tabor limit is responsible, or if we should, give less money to schools and invest less in health care, and that's the better option. I personally think that making sure that kids are learning, that they can eat, that they have health care is the more important thing for us to do with the budget that we have, and we should do as much of that as we can, and we are limited by Tabor. Fine, we can have a conversation in the regular session about that. We are here today because Colorado's flat tax rate is based on FTI, federal taxable income. H.R. 1 created a lot of new loopholes for primarily corporations and high net worth individuals, which results in our federal taxable income number going down. It goes down to the tune of about $1.2 billion here in the state. We have to cut $750 million from our general fund because a portion of that $1.2 billion is Tabor refunds. Another portion of that is hit to the state ed fund. That is a long-term challenge. That is not a this special session challenge. But that leads to $750 million that we are now below where we balanced to in the last regular session. July 1, we had a balanced budget. July 4th, we were down $1.2 billion, which results in a $750 million cut to the general fund. So, happy to have a conversation about theoretical spending over what is responsible in the regular session if we'd like to have that conversation in the regular session. But right now, where we are at this moment is because of H.R. 1. It's just math. Thank you.
Hey, colleagues, it has suggested to me that when the microphones are put too close together, that is what produces the shrill noise that we sometimes heard. And then it was tacitly implied to me that being politicians, maybe we don't need audio help with that. Hey. That being said, Senator Liston, the microphone is yours.
Hey.
Thank you. I will put the emphasis on microphone and not microphones. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with all due respect, I just will, to my good colleague from Greenwood Village, I sit on the Appropriations Committee, and in 2024 and 2025, and I'm just going to make this one statement, is I raised the point that all of the bills that were coming through that had appropriations, that over that period of time, especially in 2024, when it was always being talked about that a lot of this was one-time money, and even earlier this year, is that we did not kill any bills in Appropriations Committee. I was stunned. With all due respect to the good senator from Greenwood Village, it is not the fault of H.R. 1. I'm not going to debate that, but it is not the fault of H.R. 1. We can have another debate about that. I do want to rise in opposition, with due respect to my colleagues, to House Bill 003. The good senator from Highlands Ranch stole a little bit of my thunder, but when you speak to these insurance companies, because that's what they are, Insurance Company A and Insurance Company B, some of the others, is that they were required to have 2.5%, but yet the population of Colorado is only like 1.7%. So really, it was putting an extra burden that you had to have more employees on a percentage-wise nationwide than what we have here in Colorado, and which was apparently difficult for them to meet. They weren't going to overstaff just to come up to 2.5% because they're conscious of their bottom line, just like any responsible business should be. The other thing that I want to address is that we're looking for ways to take revenue from businesses, which clearly 1003 does, is that, like I said yesterday, that if we want to become California East, this is another signal to the business community that we are becoming California East, is that just like California is borrowing and stealing money from anywhere they can on their businesses and on their citizens for higher taxes and higher fees that are driving businesses out. That's what we're doing here in Colorado. And rest assured, when this bill passes, and I have no doubts, unfortunately, that it will, but when this bill does pass and is signed by the governor, rest assured is that no insurance company is going to come back to Colorado and staff up here in Colorado. They are going to go to Arizona, which is where the other companies A and B went to, and other companies, they're going to go to more friendly states. So we'll be shooting off the fireworks, not just a red flare, but the fireworks that the insurance industry, we do not want you to come to Colorado, and here's the proof why. And they will not come here. So, and it was also brought up about the Liberty score. Personally, I never vote with my finger in the air principles of liberty, because nobody knows who makes the guidelines for that. It's probably only one or two people, and the rules are constantly changing as to who they want to favor and who they don't. So the principles of liberty don't mean a thing to most of us. We're voting for the people of Colorado and the people of our district. That's how I think what is best for them, not what is best for the principles of liberty. The people that count most are the people who sent me here, and I listen to them before I listen to the one or two people who devised this algorithm mess called principles of liberty. So, but anyways, I know that my good colleagues from Denver and Aurora are looking for ways to take more money from businesses, and this is one way that, another $91 million next year and almost $100 million the following year. And they will succeed, and it will send a clear signal to businesses that they are not welcome here in Colorado. With that, colleagues, I urge a no vote on 1003.
Senator Frizzell.
I've got to start coming after short people because this whole microphone thing's not working for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really want to thank the bill sponsors for calling out the Liberty Scorecard rating also. I think it's admirable, and I'm sure that those folks will be thrilled to know that they have somebody in the chamber who's paying attention to their recommendations. So anyway, I think that it's lovely, so they'll be thrilled. Anyway, so here's the thing. We have refreshments being served down here in the wells. That looks delicious. Okay, I really wanted to say a few words about House Bill 25B 1003. Actually, I have quite a few things to say about this. I've spent a little bit of time in the well this evening talking about if we increase the cost of doing business, there are downstream ramifications to that particular issue. So if we increase the cost of doing business, that can frequently, not always, but frequently and certainly at some point in time, result in an overall increase in pricing. This kind of basic economics. My good colleague from Colorado Springs can speak much more thoroughly about the economics of that, but I'm just going to throw that little plug in. And I have to tell you about my own recent experience, because I don't know if you all have had the opportunity to renew your homeowner's insurance recently, but my husband and I did, and boy, howdy, it was quite an eye-opener. So we first got our new rates from our insurance company that we've been with for a really, really, really long time, just at our little house in Castle Rock, and our rates went up very considerably. I would say it's probably in the 20% range. It was eye-opening, right? And so my husband said, maybe we should shop this, even though we've been with this company for a number of years. And so I called up another company that I actually have my auto insurance through and said, hey, how can you help us out? And interestingly, the quote came back less than half than the revised quote. So that was kind of a no-brainer. Interestingly, and I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but the new company that I am with, that we contracted with at half the price of the original quote, has a significant presence here in Colorado, in the Colorado Springs area, and I do believe that they are one of those evil corporations that we don't want to ever profit or anything, but they actually help me out a lot, and I would really think that perhaps the fact that they're getting some benefit from having a great employment base here in Colorado would be part of that. I, too, have been part of the interim committee, not this summer, of course, and also because I have changed chambers. When I was in the lower house, I was definitely on the tax policy interim committee and really enjoyed that. It was fascinating and spent a lot of time looking through these tax expenditure evaluations that the good bill sponsor referred to. There are a huge number of them done, and they're available, oddly enough, or not oddly, but they are available on the website of the state auditor, and it's right up at the top. You can click on tax expenditure evaluations, and there are, I don't know, I didn't count, but like at least 100. And it's everything from, let's see, what's a recent one? Essential hygiene products exemptions. That was interesting. I didn't know that that was a thing. But they looked at that, and they look at all these tax expenditures, tax exemptions that we have created here in this beautiful building, and they will make recommendations to this interim tax policy committee as already referred to by the bill sponsor. So we have seen lots of these, and what we would typically do in the committee is we'd package them up into a bill to correct tax expenditures. Sometimes it would be removing a tax credit that was not being utilized or well utilized. Sometimes it would be to modify a tax credit or a tax expenditure that could be utilized better. And so we had the opportunity to follow some of the recommendations of the auditor's evaluations. That said, we didn't follow all of them. And I'll just tell you a couple of examples. This happened in 2024. We had a very large bill that had lots of changes based on these tax expenditure evaluations. And it was funny because it's one of those deals where we had these meetings and the companies knew that these evaluations had been presented to us, and nobody said a word until it was in black and white on bill paper. And all of a sudden, hue and cry throughout the land, and people freaked out because we were removing a tax credit that was barely utilized, or modifying a tax credit, or whatever. And so we would have to go in and amend the bill, and anyway. So my point to all of that is, and this is a really important point, is that the committee didn't always act on these evaluations, and I'm not sure that just going off of this one evaluation that was cited by the bill sponsors as a reason for eliminating tax credits is necessarily the best way of approaching this. Because, again, removing these very important tax credits to these businesses will ultimately increase their pricing. And gosh, just earlier today, we heard a bill in the Finance Committee about selling tax credits so that we could lower health care costs for some, not everybody, but for some. So we were going to be selling tax credits specifically to insurance companies as a component of the bill to keep costs down. But yet, here in this bill, we're talking about taking away a tax credit for these businesses, for these insurance companies, that will ultimately increase rates. So make this make sense to me, because I don't get it. I don't get it. And so, and I just also want to be clear. So we talk about, oh my gosh, these crazy insurance companies are making money hand over fist, and we've got to tax the heck out of them. When we talk about this tax on insurance companies, they are taxed differently. Their income is not taxed the way normal corporations is taxed, or an individual is taxed. Under current law, Colorado subjects insurance companies to a disproportionate burden compared to other industries. The reason is because they are taxed on premiums. They are taxed on gross premiums. And that means that the insurers are having to pay the tax regardless of whether they're profitable in a particular area or arena, whereas regular businesses, regular corporations pay corporate income tax only when they're profitable. So that's a big difference, right? You see, because they're having to pay tax, whether they have to pay out claims on every house in the Meadows subdivision in Castle Rock for hail damage, or every house in Highlands Ranch that got affected by a microburst tornado that went through. They still have to pay taxes on those premiums, even though those premiums were ultimately not profitable. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understands that distinction because it's an important distinction. We've already lost many large offices for insurance companies, and those offices employed people and executive level positions, and all of the charitable contributions and local community support. We've already lost a bunch of that. And some of that is because we just have changing attitudes towards business here in Colorado. We have very definite changing attitudes towards insurance companies in the state of Colorado. And that's not really being very helpful to the conversation. The other thing that I want to bring up, since I'm up here, is that I feel like there's some sentiment that, this is like such a specialized tax credit, it doesn't make any sense. Why are we picking winners and losers and these insurance companies who may have 350 employees or they may have 3,500 employees? We're treating them differently. Well, in just last session, we decided that we were going to issue tax incentives to bring the Sundance Film Festival to Boulder, Colorado. I voted against that. Not popular, I know, but I did. But this is the thing. I have this long list. We have so many tax credits. I think that my minority leader says 71, he's counted. 71 tax credits out there. That seems low, but I believe him. And it's holy cow. It's a long, long list. And some of them are very, very specialized. But the bottom line and the most important thing, and I would stand up here and read the whole list to you, but I like you all very much, and I don't think that I want to be that unpopular since I already did a lot of reading tonight. But it's a long list, 71. But they are not a one of them prioritized. And that's part of the problem is we have 71 tax credits or expenditures sitting on our books, including this one, that are not prioritized. Because at some point, when the rubber hits the road, times get tough, it might be good to have an idea of what are the most important ones. What can we live with? What can't we live with? What is really, really important to the citizens of the state of Colorado and has a broad impact? And what are those really micro-designated benefits that got on books at one point and maybe just hasn't risen to the level of discernment that is necessary to get it through the tax policy committee, interim committee? I don't know, because there's a lot of these. And if you look, some of them have not had an evaluation for years and years and years. I'm sure there's a schedule because the state auditor is really amazing, and that office they do great work, and they're very detail-oriented, and they have processes. I trust them probably more than any department I've ever worked with. But that said, I believe that we should leave these tax credits in place And I ask for a no vote on House Bill 25B 1003. Thank you.
Senator Wiseman. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we're looking at another tax increase here. You know, I came to the legislature to work to make life more affordable for Coloradans. This bill clearly doesn't do that. You know, whether we're talking about keeping taxes low in this state for working families, whether it's property taxes, which have gone up in some parts of the state 35%. We're continually in this session ignoring the Constitution, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, finding clever ways around it to raise taxes without the approval of the voters. You know, when it comes to issues like health care, I sponsored in this session a bill to create a tax credit for contributions to health savings accounts to help people with their health insurance bills. That was defeated by the majority party. And insurance, what we're talking about here is insurance. I mean, how often do you hear when you talk with your constituents how expensive insurance is getting, whether it's your homeowner's insurance or your automobile insurance or life insurance or basically any kind of insurance is going up dramatically, particularly homeowners insurance. The cost of that is getting out of control. And this tax issue that we're talking about here, this tax on premiums, you know, this is an additional tax that's paid above the, you know, as all businesses in Colorado pay the 4.4% income tax rate on their corporate income. And so what we're arguing about here is a tax on insurance premiums. Clearly, if you're going to increase that by $100 million, you're going to have an impact on the cost of insurance that people are purchasing. Let me just wrap up, though, with this issue of why we're here. My colleague from Greenwood Village, the chairman of the Joint Budget Committee, I respect his knowledge of the budget numbers, but I've also spoken extensively with our colleague from Brighton, who is also on the Joint Budget Committee. He's been on there and working on these issues for many years. And so here's the curious thing about this deficit that was supposedly caused by H.R. 1. As my colleague from Brighton points out, the Joint Budget Committee was informed on June 18th that the budget for year 26-27, we'd be looking at a $700 million shortfall, $700 million in the red. So maybe our estimators were just clairvoyant. I commend them if they were, but the H.R. 1 bill was very much in debate on June 18th. It didn't pass till the end of that month, and the president didn't sign it till July 4th. So the curious thing is, why did we already know well before that, probably late in the spring, right as almost within a few weeks of when we adjourned our session, we already knew we were $700 million in the red. And so trying to blame this on H.R. 1 again, it's just not flying with me. I think what we ought to be focusing on instead is the fact that, as our colleague from Brighton has pointed out, we've been hiring thousands of new employees over the last few years, thousands of new employees during the governor's administration. You know, why don't we look at some spending reductions instead here, instead of increasing taxes on the insurance industry, increasing taxes on insurance premiums that are ultimately going to flow down to people purchasing insurance in this state, the cost of that. What about taking a look at eliminating, reducing the Office of Financial Empowerment, the Office of New Americans, the Office of Future Work, the Office of Climate Resiliency, the Office of Climate Preparedness, the Office of Sustainability, the Office of Environmental Justice and Equity. These go on and on, all of these new programs and offices that have been created in recent years that we're not touching. And once again, last year, when inflation was 2.4%, we increased the general fund budget of this state by 3.6%. Other states budgeted, they prepared for what they felt might be coming. We did not. We chose to spend right up to the limit, and now we're facing the consequences of that. Let's not blame it on the tax relief that was given to the American people, to the people of Colorado. Let's put the blame right here where it belongs, in the legislature, which has not done its job. The people expect us to look at all these new programs, all these new hirings, all of this spending growth that has gone on, and make some tough decisions instead of raising taxes on our businesses and raising taxes on our families. So I would urge folks to vote against this bill. It's just another example of hammering a business, hammering an industry in this state, when we ought to be focusing on controlling the growth of spending. The growth of spending. We're not even talking about cutting spending. We're talking about controlling the growth of spending. And that's what we ought to be doing. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question was asked. I know. I shouldn't take the bait. I know. I'm going to be quick, though. I promise. So this is weird looking. I'm just going to thank you. These new mics are really something else. So the presentation that we had prior to the passage of the big whatever bill, that was about the Tabor deficit that we'll have next year, right? The sort of ongoing structural deficit. This is the Tabor cap. We last year we invest in things like K-12 public education, higher education, Medicaid, things like that, all the way up to the Tabor cap. This last year we had a $1.2 billion shortfall. That shortfall is if we had invested the same amount, if we essentially provided the same services for the people of Colorado, the cost of those services go up faster than inflation plus population. The cost of medical care goes up faster than inflation. The cost of salary, which is 90% of what we invest in K-12, it goes to salary. Costs go up faster than inflation. And so the budget itself did go up. You hear this. We talk about this. The general fund budget did go up, but it went up less than it would have needed to go up to provide the people of Colorado with the same services as the year before. So that $700 million number that was referenced by my good colleague from Highlands Ranch, where my brilliant wife grew up, and where my mother-in-law lives today. Thank you for representing them. That $700 million that was identified there is the identified gap between providing the same level of service next year as we provided this year, but we are limited by that Tabor rationing limit. So that's what that is. It just happens that the $750 million gap we have right now is a similar number. It just so happens that we lost $1.2 billion from H.R. 1, and that was the same amount we had to cut last year. Like the curiosities of the numbers aligning is interesting, but there's no larger purpose in mind. This is just coincidences. So the $1.2 billion we cut and the $1.2 billion that we lost because of H.R. 1 happens to be the same number, but for very different reasons. The $700 million identified there, the $750 million we're cutting now, very different, similar numbers, different causes. Thank you.
Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I sat in on the committee and was listening in, and I heard one of the sponsors mention that the policies aren't working. And it was made a comment as far as because the tax benefits were received and jobs were still cut. Now, I've done several economic cost and benefit analysis on other programs and know that there's a variety of different variables that can cause these things. So to come up to that conclusion leaves me wondering how that can be stated, just because you're seeing jobs cut. It could be that it did work and it kept a number of companies still in Colorado. And if we didn't have it, there would be more that would have exited Colorado, or they cut jobs and, like I said, completely left Colorado. We can debate those variables, but one thing is for certain, that if this goes through, if this passes, and the companies that do stay in Colorado, we know that these prices will be passed down to Coloradans, and they will pay. That's a fact. And we also know that if the companies are not incentivized or they can't sustain and they exit Colorado, we know the prices will increase for consumers because there's a scarcity of insurance. And again, Coloradans will feel the brunt of the costs. When you look at other states that have increased their regulations, increased their costs, and you see the response of insurance companies, you take a look at California. And since 2023, 4 insurance companies exited the California market, where you had 7 out of 12 of the largest insurers, and they restricted or suspended new policies to citizens. And this included State Farm, Allstate, Hartford. And what this did was it increased in California of not insuring. California is really hurting right now in the insurance market. Very costly or scarcity. And these are some of the concerns that I have for Colorado as I see the increased regulations and the increased costs. And we're moving this incentive away. And how are the companies going to respond? I mean, what good is it to protect the budget if you lose these huge revenue-generating companies and then impact your citizens, which then could cause them to move? And I've already stated, things have become so expensive here. Many of my friends have moved out of state. So these are some of my concerns. What are some of the other stats I looked at? Oh, here's an example. So California's auto insurance, just in 2024, went up 50%. And it's projected it's going to go up to 54% by the end of this year. I mean, think about that. That is huge. And this is due to legislature changes and market exits in California. I am very concerned, like I said, this is going to create a scarcity. I don't think you can say that the policy isn't working. You can't determine that. It could be that it actually kept some of the companies here. So there's some unknowns. Like I said, I do know, regardless, if this bill passes, it's either going to cause a scarcity, which is a cost to the taxpayer, or these costs are going to be passed down. If the company stays in Colorado, the cost will be passed down to Coloradans. So I urge a no vote on HB 25B 1003. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good conversation with the sponsors as well. I did read the auditor's report, which actually was a little bit disturbing to think about an incentive we've created to create job growth in the state, and a number of instances and occurrences where industry actually reduced their workforce here, but still got to take advantage of the incentive. And so I was talking to the sponsors about, the proverbial let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater and go, how do we help incentivize and grow this industry? And could we think about what incentives we could construct to get the businesses, to get the industry to be more responsive potentially, whether it's you always have to show, at least over maybe a 5-year rolling average, you continue to grow the number of employees here, or fix the amount per employee that's available to them and consistent across the industry. Lots of things we could consider versus just stopping it and suspending it in perpetuity. I think about the Advanced Industry Accelerator Program, where we worked really hard again to promote growth in that industry, one that hits close to my Senate district, the film industry incentives and the Sundance Film Festival that we did last year, and trying to process through incentives we offer. Do they produce really more jobs and more net revenue to the state to go towards the coffers? And that's the kind of the analysis and process I go through about these kind of conversations. And I do, reading the state auditor's report, go, there's something not right here. I think we should take some time and try to fix that and do the things we can do to make the industry and make the incentive produce what we think we want it to produce, which is more jobs. So appreciate the conversations I had with the sponsors in this space. And for today, I think it is throwing the proverbial baby out with the bathwater. So right now, I'm a no on 1003. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been following RHO for my whole time, my 7 years here in the legislature. And, I have a large insurance company down in El Paso County. They're actually a very good outfit, 2,113 employees. Since the RHO law went into effect in 2022, they've increased state jobs by 412. Their average cost, when you average out the credit, is about $7,500 per employee. I support the elimination of the RHO for the 26 tax year. That'll bring $72 million into our coffers. That's what we're here for, is to address that. What I have heartburn over is the long-term tax policy change that we'll be making with this bill. I would much rather do a 1-year pause and capture the $72 million. The insurance industry is on board with that. And then come back in the 26th session and really have a good stake-held process and possibly even eliminate the RHO, but do it over a 2 or 3 year period. That would give the companies the opportunity to adjust to the changes, to amend their budgets, amend their plans. And I just feel like that's a general principle that I've always believed in, and I think it's especially important here. So I struggle with this bill for that reason. If we could somehow limit it to a 1 year and then agree to do that stakeholding process next year and see where we end up, that would be my preferred way to go. So I just wanted to come down and say that. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 25B 1003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1003 is adopted. Majority Leader
I'm coming.
Cutter.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report. Wait. Oh, yeah, sorry. I would withdraw the previous motion, please.
Withdrawn.
Okay, so I move that we lay over House Bill 1001, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, and Senate Bill 4 until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over the aforementioned bills, House Bill 1001, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, and Senate Bill 4 until later in the evening. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are laid over. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, Mr. President, and the committee will rise and report.
Who said that? The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee of the whole has met and had a bill under consideration. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the report?
August 24th, 2025, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1003, passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1001, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, Senate Bill 4, laid over until later in the day, retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes on the committee of the whole report? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Pelton R, Bright, Carson, Baisley, Catlin, Liston, Snyder. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 no, 0 absent or excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1003, passed second reading, order of Vice President, count third reading and final passage. House Bill 1001, 1004, 1006, and Senate Bill 004, laid over until 8/24/2025, retaining their place on the calendar. Special orders, second reading of bills. Majority Leader Cutter.
Who's sharing AI? Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Mike Wiseman will. All right, come on, man. Senator Wiseman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for further consideration of special orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself committee of the whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Wiseman will take the chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Senator Cutter. Senator Cutter. Senator Cutter.
Sorry. Okay, hold on a minute. Give me a minute. I need to move to proceed out of order.
I had appropriations report. I had a committee report and appropriations report.
Yeah.
Committee will come to order. The code rule never existed for a special session. Majority Leader Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 004.
The question is to take up Senate Bill 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed to consider Senate Bill 4. Mr. Majority Leader. Oh, sorry. Mr. Schaffler, we should have you read the title to Senate Bill 4.
Senate Bill 4 by Senator Rodriguez and Representatives Pt2 and Bacon concerning measures effective no later than June 30th, 2026 to increase transparency for algorithmic systems.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 4 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, colleagues. The committee report in Business, Labor, and Technology, we added some amendments to do some clarifying language to reduce the fiscal note and to do some amendments requested by the banking industry and others.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the BLT committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the BLT committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the BLT report is adopted. To the appropriations report, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the appropriations report. In the appropriations, we did an amendment clarifying that I modified the expiration date of the bill to May 1st, 2026. Also did an amendment requested by some of the judiciary to carve out an unintended algorithm for LSI supervision in the fiscal report to reduce the fiscal note, and also did an amendment to clarify the core reporting requirements.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes are getting tired, but they have it. The committee report from appropriations is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader, to the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L23 to Senate Bill 4.
Amendment L23, amend printed
Mr.
bill.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L23.
To L23.
Thank you, colleagues. L23, from feedback we had the joint and several liability amendments. We did some tweaks to it to further clarify the intent that if a deployer caused the harm with the system, that if the developer caused the harm, they would all be liable for their product, and if the deployer caused the harm, the developer could not be required for their product. It's more clarifying language to make sure that the harms being done are imposed on the correct industry, whether it's deployer or developer. It's just clarifying language. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L23? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L23 to Senate Bill 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L23 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L25 to Senate Bill
Amendment
4.
L25, amend the business
Mr.
labor.
Majority Leader.
Did you say Mr. Majority?
Mr. Majority
Thank
Leader,
you,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair. I move L25.
To L25.
Thank you, Ms. Colleagues. This amendment makes post decisions available upon request rather than requiring for each decision. It also removes the 20 characteristics and replaces it with a general description of the sources of information. It's just clarifying language, what needs to be disclosed to the consumer and to the deployer from the developer.
Thank you. Is
Ask
there
for an aye
further
vote.
discussion on L25? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L25 to Senate Bill 4. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. L25 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Lo, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L28.
Amendment L28, amend the Appropriations Committee report dated August 24, 2025, page 9, strike lines 7 through 15, renumber succeeding
Majority
subsections
Leader
accordingly.
Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L004. L028, sorry.
To
that's the bill number.
L28.
Thank you. In this, we had an appropriations discussion today. A lot of amendments had to merge a J amendment. This is correcting the appropriation report to clarify some dates and information. It actually gave a savings of about another $275,000.
All right, thank you. Is there further discussion on L28? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L28 to Senate Bill 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. L28 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 004. Colleagues, many of you seen this. We had a good hearing on this bill. What this bill does is, many of you know that we're here to do the citizens of Colorado's work, and included in the call was a revision of artificial intelligence. Senate Bill 4 is an attempt of the work that's been going on since we passed it in '24. It took the core values of what was in Senate Bill 205 and reduced it down to just the core things that the developer has to disclose information to the deployer to give them the information to know how the system's trained and used, and to also be able to give the deployer to give the information to the consumer when a decision is being made on them based on a computer things for the interest of healthcare, education, finance, government services, and healthcare. Yeah, I think I got them all. There's 5. But what it took out was all of the duties and requirements that were under Senate Bill 205, which were the risk assessments and the other burdensome things that were complained about. This bill has been reduced down to a simple disclosure bill. There's nothing in there that the developer has to disclose to the deployer, and the deployer has to disclose to the consumer. It doesn't have the right to appeal or anything burdensome. If the consumer chooses to, they have a duty to correct, similar to if you get denied a job and stuff and it tells you what was used to make that decision, that you have the right to correct that information. It also adds some similar liability that was discussed before, that if the deployer system created harm, that the deployer who implemented their system, as long as they didn't modify or change it, had some liability in the game. This is good policy in the sense that it requires that if you buy a system or utilize it, or you use Indeed, or you use these AI systems to make decisions, and you don't change it, the business doesn't get sued. If their system was wrong, it requires them to take some liability. And that, I think, is a good thing for Colorado businesses and for consumers, because they buy this stuff without knowing how it's made or how it works. And I think any time that we're trying to open the transparency and the knowledge of this system promotes more trust, and people will utilize this more if they believe in it more. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 4? Senator Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have, I'm going to go ahead and submit this amendment, and I would love to talk about it.
There is another amendment making its way to the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read L27, Senate Bill 4.
Amendment L27, strike the Appropriations Committee report.
Senator Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L027 to Senate Bill 004.
To L27.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, members, last year, Senate Bill 24-205 was introduced, and the goal, generally speaking, was to address the concern that AI, particularly generative AI, would discriminate against folks, particularly protected classes, when they are applying for a loan or looking for admission to a college, and all the things that people do get appropriately discriminated against, and in many cases, inappropriately. So that was the goal. Now, the approach, though, by 24-205 was problematic from the start. So much so that companies who never paid much attention to politics got very involved here at the Capitol. Because the worst part about 205 was that it required that intellectual property be exposed to whomever. There was a requirement that, or there is a requirement, that the Attorney General's office, Attorney General having the responsibility to enforce 205, needed to be able to review that technology, that source code, to determine whether it could discriminate inappropriately to classes of people. So that makes development companies very nervous that they would be revealing their intellectual property, the very soul of their company, outside of the walls of their company, their employees, their scientists, and so on. So they, of course, were quite bothered by it. I was too, on their behalf. So towards this, Governor Polis let the good senator, the sponsor, our majority leader, good senator from Denver, know that he was going to veto that bill if it came through last year. And as I understand it, I was not in on the conversation, but as I understand it, the good senator from Denver matched that threat with one of his own, saying, I would withhold one of your favorite bill if you will veto mine. So a deal was cut, and this very compromise letter was signed by the good senator from Denver, along with the governor and the attorney general. This was an agreement to correct 24-205 in the 2025 regular session while delaying the implementation, the effective date of that bill into law until February of 2026. In the meantime, a task force was created during the regular session of 2025 to find that compromise language that was to correct that 205 bill. I was assigned to that task force, and so I have an upfront seat on how that all went. Consumer protection groups were very insistent on that, and members of that task force. And of course, on the other side of the thinking on that was the companies. And I'm very happy that those companies got invited to participate on that task force. But there was a whole lot of disagreement, much more than compromise and figuring out a solution. So out of frustration by lack of progress, the good senator from Denver created, who was the task force leader, by the way, he created a subtask force, and they created a bill. That bill was intended to fulfill on this signed agreement letter and make the desired corrections, the compromise to 24-205. That bill was introduced into committee just with like 3 or 4 days left in the regular session of 2025. And that bill ended up getting PI'd, postponed indefinitely. So, all this time that we're going through all these machinations, the rest of the country is watching us because this is new territory. AI, of course, new territory for the world, but regulating it, passing laws, and passing state laws in particular, risking the patchwork of laws scenario, the whole country is watching this. I heard about it constantly at national conferences, and even the big topic of this gathering, our special session, H.R. 1, the one big beautiful bill, in the original language, even addressed this and said that we would have a moratorium, a 10-year moratorium was on all AI bills at the state level was part of that original H.R. 1. Excuse me. That got removed, unfortunately. There was a senator from Texas tried to pass a separate bill with a 5-year moratorium, but that did not go anywhere, so we're still back where we were. So, we still have this looming date of this February 2026 for Senate Bill 24-205. Excuse me, to go into effect. AI was included in the call for this special session that we're working these days now. And as a result of that, the good senator from Denver introduced Senate Bill 25B-004 that we are looking at right now as we speak. And thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I appreciate that greatly. We've probably had more delays in this session where we wait for the results of all the negotiations, all surrounding this bill, 25B-004. It has not been going smoothly. We have representation, some direct employees and some lobbyists, but from a whole lot of companies who develop and use AI. The big names are all outside right now in the lobby right now, watching.
Senator Baisley, one sec. I've been giving you a lot of latitude. We are to L27. This is a major part of the call, no doubt. Want to make sure you don't stray too much more into process or personality. Please bring it back to what you intend us to consider concerning L27.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting close to wrapping up here. But what occurred to me during this entire process was a very simple solution, which is L027. It's a simple solution. I developed the concept during the task force, and I submitted that as at the ALEC conference in Indianapolis this past June. It was peer-reviewed, unanimously voted into library for the American Legislative Exchange Council's library as model legislation, having been peer-reviewed by industry and fellow state legislators, and unanimously by both groups voted that into model legislation. So I'm submitting this bill, my bill, here at this special session. I did submit it as a separate bill. I worked on that extensively with industry and with the governor's office, and what I'm recommending now is that since that bill got PI'd when it was presented into to the hearing, the committee hearing, then what L027 does, it is a strike below that would replace Senate Bill 004 with the language from the bill the simple bill that I had originally submitted as Senate Bill 008. What that does is it takes out all of the objectionable parts of Senate Bill 224-205, and also, obviously, as a strike below, would take out everything of Senate Bill 004, replace it with the language of Senate Bill 008, which does the following. It removes all of that statute that's in place, that's about to go into effect in February, and it replaces it with the words, also, if you use technology. And that would go everywhere that we have policy that says, thou shalt not discriminate. Because we have matured over the many years in our community and our society that we won't be discriminating against folks when they're applying for things like housing and car loans and so on. We've moved away from that. The concern is that AI would discriminate. But the language that's in 205, was covering a lot more than AI. So I just broadened it and said, not saying AI, I said technology in general. Formulas, spreadsheet formulas, high-level language software, natural language, anything, technology cannot discriminate any more than what's legal now. If it's illegal to discriminate now, then it would be illegal to discriminate using technology as well. So that's the simplicity of the bill. That's the simplicity of this amendment, is that it takes out all the objectionable parts, makes it very simple, it addresses the concerns that the consumer groups have, and it supports our desire as a community to not discriminate against folks. So I ask for an aye vote on this because this is the approach that, frankly, I believe we should have gone with in the first place. And what I've heard countless times while walking through the halls, too bad we didn't go with your bill in the first place. It would have saved us an awful lot of machinations and an awful lot of time. This is straightforward, it's simple, and if we want to add some specific regulation onto technology, AI technology, in the future, we certainly can do that once we get better at all of that and we see if there are any cases where AI discriminates. So far, there haven't been any. So let's not start throwing bills in there, throwing law in there to address a problem that does not exist as yet. Let's just augment our current mature statute and prevent discrimination and not upset an emerging technology. So I ask for an aye vote on L27. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there further discussion on L27? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, colleagues. Well, I don't know if this bill fits under the title. I just want to say that it just clarifies that there's no discrimination in AI and not wanting to do anything. But I ask for a no vote. I applaud my colleague, and I respect his space in this space, and I've always thought we've had good conversations. I respect him, but honestly, I don't think this is what the intent of the bill that I'm trying to do is, and it doesn't really offer any transparency or corrections to decisions, so I ask for no vote.
Is there further discussion on L27? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L27 to Senate Bill 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The noes have it. 27 is lost. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 4? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 4 is adopted. All right, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Sirota and Senators Hendrickson and Cutter, concerning the requirement for certain taxpayers to add back an amount equal to their federal deduction for qualified business income allowed under Section 199A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for purposes of determining their state taxable income.
Thank you, Mr. Schaffler. Who's going to start off?
Hold on, we're doing QBI. 100. Yeah.
Senator.
You can go. You're right, I can get my notes up.
Senator Hinrichsen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, in 2017, Congress created the Qualified Business Income Deduction, also known as QBI or QBID, through the passage of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, also known as TCJA. Because the deduction reduced the federal taxable income, and because Colorado law specifies, more or less, that Colorado state taxable income is calculated in the same manner as federal taxable income, unless otherwise specified, TCJA resulted in a change to Colorado tax policy that was at odds with long-standing tradition in this state of a single rate of taxation. When Colorado passed HB 1420, we reasserted that long-standing tradition while making a narrow allowance for the QBI deductions in TCJA to be reflected in state tax policy only insofar that they applied to individuals with incomes at or below $500,000 or joint filers with incomes below $1 million. The congressional QBID legislation contained an automatic repeal in 2025. Because of this, our state legislation was designed to automatically repeal in 2025. It was clear at the time that as long as federal QBID was federal policy for federal taxes, state policy for state taxes would adhere to our longstanding tradition of a single rate, with the narrow exception of the aforementioned allowance for small businesses. Today, in the wake of H.R. 1, the federal automatic repeal is itself repealed. Federal policy for federal taxes was set to repeal at the end of this year, but is now set to continue in perpetuity. What HB 25B 1001 says is that existing QBID state policy, adhering to longstanding tradition, will therefore also continue in perpetuity. That is why this bill adds exactly 0 words to existing statute. Literally all it does is remove a reference to a date. Now, my colleagues across the aisle have argued that this is tantamount to a new state tax policy rather than a continuation of an existing state tax policy. This is a novel argument. Continuation of existing policy is a continuation of policy, not a new policy. Last year, this legislature passed Senate Bill 24079, was a bill I carried along with former Senator Jim Smallwood that legalized motorcycle lane filtering.
A part of that bill specifies that it automatically repeals on September 1st, 2027, unless extended by the legislature before then. It would be nonsensical to argue that an extension of that state policy would be a change in state traffic law. Today, under applicable circumstances, lane filtering is legal approximately 100 meters behind me. If the law is extended on September 21st, 2027, there will be no change to its legality. If we do nothing, the act which is legal today will be illegal on September 1st, 2027. Which circumstance qualifies as a policy change? I strongly believe that both prosecutors and defense attorneys would be united in saying that a continuation of the policy would be tantamount to no change. We can, and I would argue have, seen this also tacitly applied with other tax policies than the one before us today. Every year, this legislature, through our Legislative Tax Oversight Committee, reviews state tax credits that are scheduled to sunset and makes recommendations on their sunset or continuation. I have never heard it argued that the continuation of a credit that was scheduled to sunset is a tax cut. Why are we now then hearing that the continuation of an existing tax is a new tax policy or a tax increase? If the continuation of a credit set to expire is not a cut, a continuation of an existing tax is not an increase. When the Bush tax cuts were set to expire on individual earners making over $400,000, congressional Republicans argued at the time, this was back in 2013, that President Obama's refusal to extend the expiration was indeed a tax increase. In other words, the near universal argument of Republicans at that time was allowing existing policy to expire equals a change of policy. Continuing existing policy equals no policy change. On Friday in the House and yesterday in committee, and I suspect in just a few moments here tonight, my colleagues across the aisle have argued now that the opposite is true. I know many of us have kids, some of us have adult kids. Maybe sometimes, like my son used to when he was a little younger, your kids have played a game, or, maybe if your kids are a little older, it was more than a few years ago, the game of opposite day. It's a little bit funny as a game, but it can quickly become frustrating as a parent, and it's really not a great way to argue policy. My colleagues across the aisle are making this argument because if it were indeed opposite day, then they believe they would have an avenue to challenge its constitutionality. That's why throughout the legislative process so far, there have been various and repeated attempts to have this imaginative framing entertained. Now, what happens if we do nothing? If we do nothing, then the extension of federal QBID, enacted not by voters of Colorado, enacted not by the state legislature, but voted on by Congress, where Colorado has less than 2% representation, would create a new cut in Colorado state taxes disproportionately for the wealthiest business owners in the state of Colorado at a cost of nearly $50 million in reduced state revenues this year, growing to almost $100 million next year and over $100 million in fiscal year 27-28. Again, that change only occurs if we do nothing. If we pass Senate Bill 25B 1001, our tax policy stays the same, and we avoid these forced revenue cuts. So again, which option is the policy change? Thankfully, colleagues, it's not opposite day. It's just Sunday. It's late, but it's still Sunday. And a continuation of existing policy is a continuation of existing policy. It's not a change of policy. Let's continue the existing state policy of QBI deductions for small businesses rather than allow a new policy of cuts for the wealthiest business owners in Colorado thrust upon us by Congress. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 25B 1001.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's been a lot of acronyms thrown around this session, so many acronyms. So just to remind us all, what is QBI? It's a federal provision that allows certain pass-through business owners, partnerships, LLCs, S-corps, and real estate trusts to deduct up to 20% of their business income from taxes. And because of our, the way we use rolling conformity with federal taxable income, it flows right into our state tax code. I want to remind you that the overwhelming majority of the dollars go to very high income earners, corporate lawyers, hedge fund managers, real estate investors, not average Coloradans. Teachers, nurses, firefighters, wage earners pay taxes on every dollar they make, but the wealthiest business owners get a special discount. A working paper from the U.S. Treasury Office of Tax Analysis reports that after accounting for deductions guardrails, 72% of the total QBI tax savings accrued to the top 5% of tax units, with 47% going to the top 1%. I don't think that's any of our intention here. In 2020, as my colleague talked about a little bit, Colorado decoupled, and in 2021, Colorado decoupled from the QBI deduction for the top earners. So currently, taxpayers with incomes more than $500,000 for a single earner filer and $1 million joint cannot claim the deduction at the state level. And that, as y'all know, that's set to expire at the end of 2025 unless we extend it. So we are simply extending the existing limits beyond 2025, ensuring that high-income earners continue to pay taxes on their full income, prevent a sudden automatic windfall to the wealthiest 1% of business owners, and preserves hundreds of millions in state revenue needed for education, healthcare, and food assistance. It's not a new tax law, it's a continuation of current law and current policy. It ensures the wealthiest pay their fair share while protecting ordinary Coloradans from picking up the tab. And without this extension, Colorado would hand back a massive tax break to top earners at the exact moment that we are facing a budget shortfall created by federal corporate giveaways. So I also urge your aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the sponsors. Does this affect LLCs?
Senator Heinrichsen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question to the good senator from Northeast Colorado. LLCs are impacted by QBI deductions in current state policy, and they will continue to be exactly as they are when we continue the policy.
Senator Pelton.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm Southeast Colorado, but that's all right.
Thank you for the
Senator
clarification.
Heinrichsen?
It's all Peltonia.
Further discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, in committee I asked the bill sponsors, does this represent a net gain, a net tax revenue gain, the $45.9 million in the current fiscal year, the $95.5 million in fiscal year 26-27? The answer from the sponsors was yes. I asked if he thought this was a tax policy change. The answer from the sponsor was yes, on the record. So he said on the record it's a net gain and it's a tax policy change. Under the Constitution, a tax policy change directly causing a net tax revenue gain to any district, which the state is considered a district, requires that it goes to a vote of the people.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number L001?
Amendment L001, amend reading gross bill
Senator
page 3.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L001.
Oh, any discussion, Senator Kirkmeyer?
I'm sorry?
Senator Kirkmeyer to the amendment.
Thank you. L001, I'm going to urge an aye vote. L001 requires that we refer this item to the people under a referendum, and that the election be held on November 4th. Secretary of State shall submit the act. And basically it would say like this: each elector voting at the election may cast a vote either yes or for or no against on the following ballot title. Shall state taxes be increased by $95,500,000 annually by a change to the Colorado Revised Statutes, which we are doing through this bill, by a change to the Colorado Revised Statutes, extending the existing requirement for certain taxpayers to add back an amount equal to the federal deduction for qualified business income for purposes of determining the state taxable income. Yes, members, the state taxable income, state taxes are determined by the federal, what they do at the federal level. If you look at the fiscal note, it kind of gives you a background here, but the summary of the legislation is adding back. That is an action that is being taken. We are changing a tax policy because we are adding it back. We are adding it back because the federal QBI deduction not only did it allow to deduct up to 20%, but the tax deduction was set to expire by 2025. So it was going to go away. The feds extended it. And now we are making a change to actually add it back on. That would be a tax policy change. We, in effect, are trying to extend an expiring tax. Does that make sense? Thinking it through. But we are adding back on a tax that was expected to go away, to expire after 2025. And now we are going to add it back in and say, in addition to extending the deduction, H.R. 1 also established a higher phase-in thresholds, inflation adjustment thresholds, and minimum deduction of $400. We are trying to do away with that. We are changing tax policy. We are tied to the federal tax law. This bill is attempting to change that by adding it back on. So not only did the federal law, H.R. 1, took a tax that was expiring, extended it indefinitely, and in addition, extended the deduction, also establishing higher phase-in thresholds, inflation adjustment for thresholds, and a minimum deduction of $400. So not only did they extend indefinitely a tax deduction that was set to expire, they changed it. They added to the policy. We are making tax policy change with this legislation. And when asked in committee, the bill sponsor said, yes, we were. He didn't have time to have somebody help him write up his statement. He said, yes, we were. And I said, 95.5 million. Yes, net tax revenue gain. Constitution is pretty clear, black and white. Any new tax, this is a change, any new tax, extension of an expiring tax, or a tax policy change, so any new tax or a tax policy change directly causing a net tax revenue gain to any district like the state requires voter approval. I don't know why we have to keep trying to circumvent the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear. And in committee, the prime sponsors of this bill were very clear when they stated on record that this is a tax policy change. They knew then that it was a tax policy change. They knew then it was a tax policy change that was adding additional revenue, tax revenue to the state. He needs the bill to make the tax policy change because our tax policy is tied to the federal tax policy. That's what's going on here. This legislation, without being referred to the ballot, is circumventing the Constitution of our state. We take an oath to uphold that Constitution. We are to be held accountable to that oath by our constituents. Our constituents in this state should have the opportunity to vote on this. That is what happened when Tabor passed in 1992. It was the third time that Tabor was put into place, that was voted on, and it was finally put into place. It's not long. It wasn't long, and this section is very, very clear. And the intent of Tabor, its preferred interpretation shall reasonably restrain most the growth of government. Hence why it says we shall vote. Districts must have voter approval in advance before this tax policy can change. I'm just going to say it again. This is not just simply that the federal government said we're going to extend indefinitely a tax that was expiring, a tax deduction that was expiring. They not only did that, in addition to doing that, they also established more tax policy, establishing higher phase-out thresholds, inflation adjustment for thresholds, and a minimum deduction of $400. It's right here in the fiscal note. It's amazing to me that the prime sponsor was very clear during the committee that this was a tax policy change and that it needed to be represented a tax
A
gain
senatorial 5
revenue.
has been requested. And we're back. Further discussion.
I know, me too.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a aye vote on L001. This is to refer this matter to the people through a referendum. This matter that they have every right to vote on. Tax policy at the federal level is tied to tax policy at the state level. They are tied together. It's called rolling conformity. When they make a change at the federal level, it makes a change for us here at the state level. This bill is attempting to undo that. The Constitution is very clear. When a tax policy change directly causing a net tax revenue gain, that requires that there is voter approval in advance. Very clear. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That is our Constitution. I want to make sure that it is very clear. I did not impugn anyone at this microphone in this will. I spoke to what I heard in committee. So again, there is a net tax revenue gain of $95.5 million annually. There is a direct change to tax policy. That is why we have to have the bill. If we didn't have the bill, we wouldn't be adding back on the federally qualified business income deduction. We are adding it back on. We need the bill to add back on a change in tax policy, which is in itself a change of tax policy. In addition to the tax deduction that was supposed to expire in 2025 but was extended indefinitely by the feds in H.R. 1, in addition to extending that deduction, they also established more tax policy, established higher phase-out thresholds, inflation adjustment for thresholds, and a minimum deduction of $400. He needs this bill, they need this bill to change tax policy, to add back in additional revenue. It's right here in the fiscal note. I asked for an aye vote on L001. We need to do right by our constituents and by the people who live in this state. We need to be held accountable for the oath that we take to uphold this Constitution.
Further discussion. Senator Heinrichson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on L001 to House Bill 25B 1001. This is the crux of the argument that I laid out when we introduced the bill. A few minutes ago, 20 minutes, I don't know how much time has gone by. This is the crux of a very novel approach to what is considered a change of policy. It has been and continues to be the state policy of Colorado of broadly uniform rate of taxation. We chose to continue that long-standing policy after the enactment of TCJA. And we chose at that time to continue it through the entirety of the duration that federal policy revolved around the creation of QBID was in effect. That was set to be until December 31st of this year. Now it's not. And so this bill asks us to continue what has been the policy of our state going back years, but particularly for the duration of the QBID existence and into QBID's continuation. It is a fallacious argument, and I ask for you to reject it. I ask for a no vote on L001.
Further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would argue it's not a fallacious argument. The other part of this is Colorado has chosen and followed rolling conformity. That was by our choice, not dictated from the feds to us. We have a policy that I don't know how old it is, where we've been in a rolling conformity, that we're going to follow the tax policy of the federal government. To now come in and say that we're not going to is a policy change with a fiscal impact. To just brush it off as that the rolling conformity doesn't exist is not a fallacious argument. It's real, and I believe we should be going to the voters to ask for the ability to differ from our rolling conformity of federal tax policy. I ask you for support of L001.
Further discussion, Senator Pilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have talked and talked and talked and talked about how important TABOR is, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Rolling conformity, we are doing the exact same thing. When the feds change, we have to change too. And changing, it says right here, any tax policy change, that's what this is. Because the federal government changed. I love some of the arguments when we said, do we really want the government above us to put down these rules on us? Man, you should be a county commissioner. Because it's great when we get rules from this building and we have to follow those rules. Constitution's simple. Change tax policy. You have to go to a vote of the people. This amendment says just that, does just that. That's what we're asking for. This is no different than, I think it was MM a few years ago. Is that what it was? MM? Oh, we're on the ballot this year? It's no different than that. Needs to go to the ballot, the vote of the people. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Further discussion, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if it's Groundhog Day or deja vu, but here we are again on a bill that should go to the vote of the people. How many have we had in this special session where we are defying the voters' rights? How many? I know we've had at least 3, but if we do this, it fails the taxpayers. And this one, like so many others that we have talked about over the last few days, should go to the vote of the people. Why do I believe this? Because this bill after bill is coming after businesses, violating the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. How about we save a lawsuit, allow our constituents, our citizens, our taxpayers to finally, at least on one of these bills, have a say whether they agree with the proposal or not. I don't understand why I know, I hear that you care about people, but then when you want to let them vote on something, God forbid that they get to vote on it. Please let them vote on this. Let's save a lawsuit. Support L001.
Further discussion, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I wished I knew what the numbers were on a poll after we were finished with the regular session on the approvability of the legislature in Colorado on the business they did. I don't think it'd be any better after this special session. In fact, I'm sure it'll be worse. I think letting even just this one go to a vote of the people helps to start to restore that confidence by letting them have a voice in the things that happen with their tax dollars that fund what goes on through this building. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Send it to the people. It's their money. We need to be good stewards of it. Let them give us direction. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote, and I'm going to say why I don't believe this needs to have a referendum clause on it. Need to back up and remind us why we're even here. A tax policy change is a high-level plan. That's not me, that's the Supreme Court, RTD v. Tabor Foundation. In TCJA, federal legislation in 2017, Congress chose to cut the top marginal tax rate for C corporation filers from 35% to 21%. In pursuance of the goal of some degree of parity between C corp filers and pass-through business filers, which by definition didn't get that rate cut because they're pass-through, not C corp. That's where QBI came along. QBI IRC 199A, Internal Revenue Code, Section 199A, said you can take a 20% deduction of qualified business income, defined term in federal law, also publicly traded partnership income and real estate investment trust income, but we'll come back to that. Now, putting aside what else you think about TCJA, which on net actually increased access for a lot of people in our state, the basic goal of parity between different types of businesses as a federal tax policy matter, I think had something to be said for it. You sometimes call that kind of thing horizontal equity in tax policy, but that's federal law. The tax policy concerning business taxation in Colorado since 1987 has been that a single rate is applied, regardless of the marginal level of income, to C corporation and pass-through business filers. Again, 30 years from 1987 to 2017 when Congress passed TCJA. So a little bit of time went by before this legislature acted in HB 2014-20 to reclaim our long-standing tax policy of treating C Corp business filers and pass-through business filers comparably, and not awarding one or the other a particular deduction, much less one inherited through Congress. So that was HB 2014-20. It actually did less than I believe that we were legally allowed to do at the time by actually not directing a full, we call it an add back, but rather having some income levels before the add back happens. And then we extended the date with no further change in HB 21-1311. And at that point, we said we will have this add back until 2025 to conform with the date in TCJA. TCJA said we're going to have this QBI until 2025. That was a choice that Congress made as to the date. I think that they were gaming the CBO scoring or the JCT scoring, but that's what they did. So that's why we said 2025. Then along comes HR 1 and says we're going to let QBI go on forever. So we need to line up our date. We are still not doing as much as I believe that we are legally allowed to do and that we should do to restore our tax policy to where it's long been, which again is one rate applies to any income for C Corp or pass-through filers. But, you know, on the argument that the greater includes the lesser, we're doing the lesser right now by having the 500,000 and a million cut points for income. Some other things that TCJA did We've been talking about QBI, qualified business income. That's the bulk of it. There's the similar 20% deduction for what the federal law calls a PTP, publicly traded partnership interest. It's never been the tax policy of Colorado to preference those income streams. Comparably, Section 199A of Internal Revenue Code, created in TCJA of 2017 and continued by HR 1, creates that 20% deduction for real estate investment trust, or REIT or REIT income streams. Now, those are not small businesses, usually, and those are not investment vehicles that, frankly, most of our constituents have access to. They're pretty bespoke things. It's never been the tax policy of Colorado to preference that. We inherited it through dynamic conformity. So we're now stacking reason upon reason to get back to our longstanding tax policy of not handing out breaks to these sorts of vehicles. Mesa County, which was another Tabor case, includes the following language. It's talking about the Tabor limit. Now, other senators have quoted Tabor Section 1, its preferred interpretation shall be that which reasonably most restrains the growth of government. The word reasonably is doing some work there. There's a rule of legal construction that says every word laid down by the legislature, or in the case of Tabor, the people exercising the legislative power pursuant to initiative, has to mean something. So you don't read reasonably out of the law. For hundreds of years in our Anglo-American legal tradition, the budgeting power, the appropriations power, the tax design power has been legislative, not executive, certainly not judicial. So reasonably has to mean something, and I think in that spirit, the court in Mesa County, 2009, said to apply the limit in such a broad manner, as was talked about there, would make any legislative action nearly impossible and would cripple the government's ability to function. So our Supreme Court has specifically decided to not cripple our government's ability to function. Same case, again quoted in RTD v. Tabor Foundation, we have consistently declined to adopt interpretations of Article 10, Section 20 that would unreasonably curtail the everyday functions of government, including debating bills like we're doing now. So we have been a rolling conformity state or a dynamic conformity state or an FTI state, we use different phrases, for a number of decades. There is a certain convenience to that. That actually dates before the adoption of Tabor in 1992. And I believe that our court rightly, necessarily, on the plain language of Tabor, has declined to adopt the supralegal, the asphyxiating construction contended for here by some of our colleagues. And I think the fact that we have seen proposed referred measures within the building and that outside groups are using the initiative process to go and seek to add language to Article 10, Section 20 to add more restrictions, I think those, to me, amount to sort of admissions that the current text of Tabor doesn't and can't do these things that are contended for in proposed concurrent resolutions or ballot measures, or why would they be necessary? So again, for decades, we have been a flat tax state. It has been the tax policy of Colorado to treat C corporation income and pass-through business income in a relatively comparable way without this kind of broad, overarching, rather rich deduction. All that we did in 2020, in 2021, all that we propose to do now is to keep to that tax policy. For those reasons, I believe it is within the power of this legislature to legislate here without a referendum clause. I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L001. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No! The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. To the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of The motion is the adoption of HB 25B 1001. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Yes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special order second reading of bills calendar until tomorrow, Monday, August 25th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Monday, August 25th. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The calendar is laid over until tomorrow, August 25th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we will rise and report.
Excellent.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
August 24, 2025, Mr. President, in committee, the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 4, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1001, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, laid over until August 25, 2025, retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
The motion is adoption of the whole report, and there's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001 to Senate Bill 004.
Amendment S001, Senator Baisley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Baisley floor amendment L27 to Senate Bill 4 did pass.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to Senate Bill 004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the amendment to S004, SB004, that would be a strike below and replace it with the much more reasonable language of original SB008, and I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? There is further discussion. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the amendment by the senator from Woodland Park. I appreciated his extensive explanation of the history of all this, since I wasn't here when the original AI bill was passed, and I think what he's proposing is a much cleaner, streamlined approach which accomplishes the objectives of preventing discrimination in a whole lot of areas, and I think it's the type of legislation we should be doing and not overcomplicating and over-regulating in this area. So I'm pleased to support this proposal.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on S001. There is further discussion. Senator Rich.
Thank you, and I rise in support of this amendment. You know, the good senator from Woodland Park, this amendment is something that the American Legislative Exchange Council is using as model legislation. And that's a national association. And it wouldn't hurt Colorado to use model legislation that's been approved by members all over the United States. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on S001 and Senate Bill 4. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 and Senate Bill 004. Are there any no votes? Senators Kip, Judah, Wallace, Michelson Janae, Marchman, Winter, Cutter, Doherty, Amabile, Gonzalez, Exum, Danielson, Henriksen, Weissman, Ball, Sullivan, Colker, Bridges, Snyder, Mullica, Roberts. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, S001 to Senate Bill 4 is lost. Mr. Schaffler, please read S002 to Senate Bill 4.
Amendment S002, Senator
Majority
Rodriguez
Leader.
moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show
Mr.
that the
Majority
following Rodriguez floor amendment L23.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move S002. Colleagues, there have been ongoing discussions on a deal. Some of this framework was in there that hasn't been agreed to yet. So in good faith, I am removing this amendment now so the conversations continue. Liability is still in the policy, but we just haven't agreed on the discussions on the framework of it. So in good faith, I am asking for an aye vote just to remove this amendment clarification.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of S002 to Senate Bill 4. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, S002 to Senate Bill 4 is passed, is adopted. There are no more? There be amendments there yonder. Mr. Schaffler, please read S001, House Bill 1001.
Amendment S001, Senator Pelton.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to House Bill 1001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the amendment is to the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the floor amendment L001 to House Bill 25B 1001 did pass. This is an amendment that said we would refer this measure to, under a referendum to the people so that they can vote on whether or not they should increase their taxes as required under the Constitution. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we've talked about in our arguments, this is a continuation of current policy, and we ask for a no vote.
Further discussion, seeing none. The motion is the adoption of S001, House Bill 1001. Are there any no votes? Senators Michelson Janae, Danielson, Winter, Kip, Wallace, Marchman, Gonzalez, Judah, Cutter, Mr. Majority Leader, Amabile, Doherty, Bridges, Snyder, Sullivan, Ball, Weissman, Henriksen, Coker, Roberts, Exum. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, S001 to House Bill 1001 is lost. That's it. The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Liston, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Baisley. Don't see any other no votes on the cow. Oh, wow. Pelton R. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 004 is amended, passed second reading order of gross pledge calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1001 passed second reading order of vice pledge calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1004, House Bill 1006, laid over until 8/25/2025, retaining their place on the calendar. Announcements. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President. Members, we've had a lot of earnest debates today, and there's been good give and take, and some hard feelings. So I thought it was time for maybe just a little bit of good news. We deserve it. So, Mr. President, members, in Washington, D.C., crime has dropped almost 30% from this time last year. There have been no recorded homicides in Washington, D.C. for at least the last 9 days. On Wednesday, law enforcement helped recover a missing child. Robberies are down 46%. Car thefts are down over 21%. Like I said, there's been no homicides in our nation's capital for at least 9 days. That has not been the case for months, if not years. Carjackings are down 83%. Robbery is down 46%. And violent crimes on our nation capital are down 22%. So I want to take a moment to thank our National Guard, thank you to the FBI, and thank you, Mr. President Donald Trump, for protecting our nation's capital. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm happy to do what I can as the president. Further announcements. Thanks, Obama.
Thanks.
Senator
That's what I
Cutter.
was gonna say.
Senator Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, on your desk is some information regarding an upcoming change to the phone system. A questionnaire is included to gather your preferences for your district's phone, so please complete it and return it to the front desk before the end of special session. And the front desk staff will be able to answer any questions you may have. And, yeah. And, do I need to wait for him to come again? Okay. We are going to, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday, August 25th, 2025.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday, August 25th, 2025.